So I would like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to the special meeting and budget hearing of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors conducted this day, Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. And with that, I would like to note that Supervisor Thomas is not able to join us today. She had delays in travel and unfortunately was not able to get back in time for this meeting. So there'll be the four of us sitting up here today, making the determinations and providing direction to staff. So with that notation, I'd like to ask Supervisor Lane to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Right, we are ready to take on our 10 a.m. time allocation item. So if you would read that.
Supervisor Heidel, can we
yes.
adopt the agenda?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I skipped over that. Adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes? District 4?
If there's no changes, I move to approve.
We have to have public comment, I think, still. So, right, but we have a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Would you open up public comment on the agenda, please?
Wait, what would they be making?
Well, it's consent.
no
This is only agenda.
consent.
So this, we can do this straightforward.
Yeah,
I'm used to having agenda and
I
consent.
know.
items. So this is different. It's a special meeting.
Agreed. It's a special
Thank
meeting.
you for that.
Sorry
So
about
with
that.
that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we have an adopted agenda.
Perfect.
Thank you. So with that, Kim, would you please read item number 3?
Sure. Item number 3 comes from the Planning and Building Department, Planning Services Division, Long Range Planning Unit, recommending the board review and provide direction on long range planning work plan for fiscal year 23-24 as follows. 1, review work plan. 2, direct staff to modify the work plan as necessary. And 3, endorse a final work plan that prioritizes county initiated land use and housing projects.
Welcome, Karen.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. I'm just going to kick it off before I turn it over, but I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity that you're to give you an update on where we are with long range planning items. And when you look at the list, you're going to think, hey, this looks a lot like last year, and indeed it does. However, we have been making progress. And I think between now and the end of the year, you'll actually be seeing a lot of long range planning staff coming up here and getting your, requesting your review or approval of items. So I think the most exciting thing, though, is just the staffing that we now have. Last year when we were here, shortly thereafter, we lost our housing analyst. And so that was a big loss. Brad especially had to spend a lot of his time dealing with housing issues because, as you know, a lot of those are very time sensitive. Reports have to be in at a certain time and funding and things have to be done. So I will let them introduce the long range planning staff, but just a hint, they're a big team behind me. So I don't think we've ever had such a team like this. So great staff. I'm very excited. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brett and his team to go over the long range planning items. And then I'm going to come back at the end and just go over a few minor things that I wanted to bring up. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. Brett Sampson, Long Range Planning. It's my honor to be before you today to talk to you about the 2023-2024 work plan. Director Garner kind of gave you the staffing woes of last year, and that was kind of the bad news of the losing housing services temporarily and then having some difficulty filling that position. And we were having to be flexible last year with staffing, but certainly the environment has changed. We have brought on staff, and we are actually have our last senior planner interviews later this week to fill our last senior planner position. So once we have that senior planner on board, we will be fully staffed. But in the meantime, I'd like to introduce long range planning staff. You all know Tom Purcell, who's a senior planner. He's worked for the county for years, has an immense amount of institutional knowledge. He knows what happened when and why it happened. He certainly oversees very large scale projects for the county and for long range planning, especially the major zoning code update project that we're doing right now, and especially getting the design community design standards projects rolling as well. Tom certainly is an expert in zoning codes and implementation of general plans. So Tom is certainly the West Slope senior planner. We've also brought on Thea Graybill, who's on the right there, who's a senior planner who works out of our South Lake Tahoe office. And she certainly keys on coordinating with South Lake Tahoe, making sure that South Lake Tahoe efforts are brought forward and that the Tahoe Basin is certainly represented in the long range planning unit. Thea certainly keys on projects that are would be considered of importance to South Lake Tahoe, like the safety element update. She is the project manager on that. She's also overseeing the general plan 5-year review and is certainly coordinating on many other projects for South Lake Tahoe. And then we also have Anna Kwan, who is sitting right on the left there, and she's an associate planner that's come on with the county, and she is quickly become our eco-preserve expert and what I would call our natural resources special status species kind of subset of the long range planning unit. So any eco-preserve questions, anything to do with that, Anna is certainly the person to go to. Anna supports Thea and Tom on their projects as well. And then we also have Dana Watkins, who has come on board as an assistant planner. And Dana assists the associate planner and also the senior planners. She's heavily involved also in the eco-preserve work and getting some near-term improvements and some safety measures put out at our eco-preserve sites. And so Dana wraps up our team with minus the one senior planner that we hope to get. So the bad news of last year is sort of turning into the good news of this year of being fully staffed, having a quality staff, people that are self-motivated and able to bring projects forward. So that's when you're going to see, as Director Gardner said, quite a few things coming up at you here fairly quick because they're in process. Before I get to the work plan, and we're not calling it the matrix any longer, we're calling it the work plan. But before I get to the work plan, I'd like to just go over a few things that long range planning does really kind of extra as part of our daily operations. And those things include, but certainly aren't limited to, we attend coordination meetings with DOT staff, with the CAO's Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience, with the El Dorado County Water District, Health and Human Services, El Dorado County Fire Prevention Officers Association, among many other entities. So we act as kind of a coordination unit of the planning department. We also are participating in the Lake Tahoe Basin Community Wildfire Protection Plan Steering Committee to update the basin's CWPP. We also are participating in the Defensible Space Work Group to update the county's Defensible Space Ordinance. We're also participating on the Greater Placerville Wildfire Evacuation Project Development Team to develop a Greater Placerville Wildfire Evacuation Preparedness, Community Safety, and Resiliency Plan. We're also going after grants. And one grant that we just helped to go for, or at least to apply for, was the application to develop with TRPA for HCD's REAP 2.0 HIT allocation grant. So we helped with the preparation of that grant application. We participate in the Pine Hill Preserve stakeholders meetings, including coordinating activities on county-owned eco-preserve lands. So we are the representative for the county on all eco-preserve lands. We also participate in the water agency's plenary group to help provide feedback on water agency projects. So we act as a liaison with the water agency. We provide feedback on our general plan to them. We help review their documents to ensure consistency with county documents. We also provide CEQA support to other departments, including the Parks Department and various other departments that just don't have that CEQA experience. So we provide review services. We also process discretionary projects for the planning division. If there's a need, if there's too many projects happening, if there's an overflow, we act as a relief valve, and we will actually process discretionary projects as well. So those are just a few of the things that we do on a daily basis that you don't see on the work plan table. And certainly anytime the board needs something, we're ready to jump, and we're ready to take care of it. So don't think that the work plan is the end all be all, but certainly the work plan is the priority for this fiscal year of what your priorities are and what you want us to consider a priority and move forward. So, and that really leads me to the work plan. It's no longer a matrix. And the reason we kind of changed it is, number one, a lot of those projects are already under process and are going to be completed. Another thing is that it's been very clear to staff that the board considers all of the projects on the matrix or the work plan as priorities. So it really doesn't matter to put a 1, 2, or a 3 next to it. Staff certainly appreciates the ability to, projects have definitely a life of their own, and sometimes it's heavy activity and sometimes you're waiting for things. So I like that flexibility to allow staff, if we're waiting for something on one large project, that they're immediately able to pivot and bring forward another project that has been waiting. So I like to have just the work plan. And so if you are on the work plan, it's certainly a priority for staff. And if you're not on the work plan, then it's maybe not a priority for staff. What you'll see in projects coming soon to you, if you look at the work plan, there are about 18 projects on that plan, but about 7 of them are going to be coming your way fairly quickly here if you look at the timing on the table. The projects that you'll see very soon include the general plan implementation annual progress report. That's this fall. The general plan 5-year review. That's this summer. The pre-approved accessory dwelling unit program. That's this summer as well. That's going to be happening soon. The general plan safety element update. That's later this year. The cool design review community combining zone. That's on. I understand that might already be on an agenda coming in June, or we're looking for the first available slot. So that's imminent. June.
So the 27th is the anticipated.
It's coming.
So that you will be seeing that later this month. Also, the ranch marketing winery ordinance amendments. I believe that's still slated for this summer. Obviously, that's to be determined, but
June 20th.
June, yeah.
it's slated already.
June
So
20th, yeah.
there you go. And then the Tahoe commodities incentives for affordable workhouse housing projects. I believe that's anticipated in fall. So those are just some of the projects that you're going to see right away. Some of the other projects on the work plan are either in process and will be coming fairly soon, or are very heavy-handed, very long-term, multi-year endeavor type projects. Like the community design standards project. That's a multi-year effort. So those, will be coming later in later years. So with that, since we do kind of have a condensed work plan this year, and since we're not, shuffling around cards and that sort of thing on what goes on, I really do want to open it up to the board to either ask questions about the projects, or to talk about projects that you want to see added to the work plan, or projects that you think should be off of the work plan as well. This isn't just a, add things on. If you see something on the work plan that you don't agree with, or that you think that, should be put off, or maybe just be put as a daily operations type project, then now is certainly the time to provide that direction. So I would like to open it up to the board and take your input.
Board comments or questions at this point?
Well, I got something that I want to,
I pushed my button.
go
Okay.
ahead, you did, go ahead.
I got, yeah.
Oh,
And
there you
the
go. Go
Go
buttons-
ahead, Lori.
ahead, George. I
No,
think it's
no,
good.
no, go ahead.
The numbers are different, but yeah,
Yeah,
please,
go
Lori, go ahead.
Okay. So thank you for this, and I appreciate the change to calling it a work plan, because you're right. We tried for several years to prioritize with numbers, and in the life of a project goes like this. So I appreciate you guys recognizing that. And if it's on here, it's a priority for the board and the county. So that was a good move, because we struggled every time we talk about 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So I have several questions, but so on number 3 on the list, it says the general plan 5-year review. Can you explain that a wee bit? Because I don't remember what document I was reading. It sounds like something's gonna come to the board. But for the last 5 years, I've been told to hold on to my inputs for that. So I'm guessing everybody else was too, perhaps. There's probably gonna be a lot of inputs into this. So when do we get to give those to you if we're gonna be getting something first? I don't get it.
Well, the general plan 5-year review is really like how we did in that 5-year span of time, how we did as far as growth, meeting our our implementation plan, and really giving a snapshot in time in the 5-year review. How I see it is typically the 5-year review is used as that jumping off point for board direction or community direction to then possibly look at some general plan amendments and what type of changes to the general plan we want to see, or direction on certain implementation measures to say this, this has to be a priority. We can't, say that we're still trying to implement this measure. So I can kind of consider the 5-year review a status check on the general plan in that 5-year span, and then the ability for the elected officials and also the public to provide direction on where to go in the future. And then we would be coming back with potential amendments. Sometimes that turns into zoning code amendments as well. So there would be possibly a domino effect. But I sort of see that 5-year check-in is really that starting point for you to give us direction during that item, but that we would be back to follow up after that item.
Okay.
Unless there was, oh, no changes, we're
Yeah.
we're good to go. Then I don't really see that happening, but if
Yeah.
that could be the case, but if not, then staff would move forward with that direction.
Okay, and then honestly, with the general plan, it's 20 years old now. We haven't quite hit our 200,000 population, but we're getting pretty darn close. Will there be a check-in on if we're gonna have to do something huge during that presentation then? Because there's always been talk about that we'd have a horizon for this, which
Yeah,
is terrifying, by the way.
in the general plan 5-year review, I believe there will be a discussion of that population and population growth of where we anticipate to be. And so if there's an issue with the general plan and that 200,000 cap, then that will certainly be up for discussion.
Lori,
Okay.
can I ask a related question?
Yeah, I
to
was
that?
gonna say, you guys might have general plan questions too.
Will the board receive a compliance matrix that tells us where we've accomplished the goals of the general plan versus things like jobs to housing ratio, where we've missed tremendously in what the
Mhm.
goal was? Because I would really like to be able to contrast. This was what was set 20 years ago, roughly. And this is what we've been able to accomplish, to identify those things that we have not been able to do. And are we still in pursuit of those? And what do we need to do to make them happen? Is there an enabling action? Is there something that's going to get us bridged across from where we've had the difficulty in doing that? And that gets into housing and a lot of other things, but
I believe it will give you a status check on all of the implementation measures, and Thea can correct me if I'm wrong, but no, it'll give you a here's what it said, here's where we're at.
great. All
And
right.
so third step of direction of here's where you're to go.
And the world's really changed a lot
Yep.
in those 20 years. So that's kind of where we might want to go to, is that some of the, well, I can see some off the top of my head that just became obsolete pretty darn quick. So there's going to be some needs for some updates. And so, okay, so is that going to be more of a workshop-y thing, do you think? Because it's going to be, I think very interactive conversation.
I think the 5-year review will be very much like a workshop. It's a informational item, and then with the potential for the board to provide further direction. Absolutely.
Okay, that makes sense. Does anybody else want to talk general plan before I move to another topic, or you good?
I'm good
For
for
now?
now.
Jennifer, okay, so then I just want to, I don't know what word I have here, but community design standards number 7, I've been banging that drum for a decade now, and I literally mean a decade prior to being on the board. So I'm glad to see that we're going to be getting something this fall. I was hoping it was going to be this summer. And do you see any concerns with that because of the state legislation was kind of a deadline that I was made aware of, that we wanted to have it done by July 1st. And it's not coming till fall of 2023. Do we have any concerns about something in the works?
Yeah, the cool measures will come by fall of this year. Certainly after the law goes into effect, certain projects that come in that qualify would be treated as ministerial in nature, and that would be by law. And so the sooner that we can get our county-wide standards and standards in our different areas, the better for the county. For
So
certain.
those are the interim, correct?
Yeah, so I was gonna say, one of the goals that's shifting in the contract that you'll be seeing coming very soon is to draft a set of interim standards that would apply countywide. West Slope-ish, I'm not sure exactly how they'll go with TRPA, but
Right.
effectively to get some interim objective standards in place so that if those actions come forward now, certainly, the goal was to get them by July 1 when
Yes.
so there will be likely a gap, but we are trying very hard to get that done as soon as possible to cover that gap.
Okay, so I'm just making everyone aware that in my mind, because of that July 1st, beginning of that legislation where some things are going to become ministerial, I just feel that this should be a top priority to get these interims done so that at least we have some influence on what these projects may or may not look like. I don't know what's in the hopper and I don't know what's coming, but at the same time, if something becomes ministerial, and like I said, I'm trying to get these for a decade, and I'm not exaggerating, I'm being very literal. So I hope the board agrees that with the deadline, I know Supervisor Thomas, even though she couldn't be here, also agrees that those interim design standards,
Mhm.
we had hoped that they were going to be done July 1st. So top priority in my mind and hers.
Yeah, understood. And so, Tom is the project manager on that. So there's very specifics. He can speak to those. But one of the key components was the first phases of those other
Yeah.
community region components were to bring forward a set of standards for folks to look at. So a lot of the work in putting the objective interim standards is sort of already kind of teed
Yeah.
up, but not that task was not part of our contract. And so that is hopefully we'll be able to deliver those very soon after the contract hopefully is approved by your board.
Okay, so I hope the board agrees that that really needs to be a top priority with, it's just the looming deadline. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't be so concerned, quite honestly. And there's a lot, well, I know some other projects that are potentially in the pipeline that could become ministerial. So this is really important.
And to be honest, there's other legislation that's already in place that this would also affect.
Of
so-
course, yeah, legislation. Yay.
I have to piggyback on that, if that's okay.
Yes.
Objective standards, once we have selected these interim standards, will we be able to apply them to specific projects as they go through review by planning and the planning commission and the board? Because without changing the general plan, we have to do something, right, to bridge that so that people know that these are the new objective standards we're using. So what's the mechanics of doing that?
Yeah, once they're adopted, they'll be implemented on all discretionary review and ministerial projects. They're now development standards.
Okay.
And so, that in the interim phase is to cover us in advance of us getting community specific ones that might be more architectural stylings and things that the community likes, but these are baseline standards to make sure that we're covering, the site plan design and some other things that, are necessary and that we want to be able to apply to every project. So adding this interim step is exactly to do what you're saying, to get those on the books and then to further refine those for each community as we move forward.
Would this go through the planning commission then for recommendation or approval? How does, that's the mechanics part I'm talking about, because sometimes those things take time, right? So when would it be effective is what I'm trying to get to. Is it really the fall of 2023? Is it going to be effective? Or are we going to be in a review cycle with public hearings and we're not there yet? That's what I'm trying to understand. You're saying complete by, but I don't know what that.
Certainly
that
our
step was.
priority would be to try to rush that item and we may bring that forward. I can't recall I believe they go to the planning commission, but I can't recall right off the top of my head. I could probably look to Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the
Well,
idea
okay.
would be that we're bringing almost in an urgency manner. So this isn't something to delay.
Okay.
They're not going to be.
As long as we all recognize that, I fully concur. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
appreciate
fully
that.
be in the planning commission saying, look at, and all of them, having dealt with some projects like SB 35, understand the
Right.
need for objective standards. And
Right.
so I think, we can, our intent is to deliver those.
Okay, very good. Understand.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you for that. And I think those are the only ones that I really, well, I just appreciate ranch marketing, all the, oh my gosh, so much staff time has been, I don't know if you guys are aware how much staff time has been spent on bringing that to us next week. And thank you for that work, and the planning commission, the ag commission, it's just touched on so many departments, and it was so needed to update this for clarity for everyone. So thank you for that effort.
Yeah, just to clarify, so yeah, on the 20th, long-range planning comes before your board, and on the 27th, the cool design standards come. Those
Yeah.
are slated to be happening.
Okay, I'm good, thanks.
All right, George.
Yeah, I just got a question, especially when the pre-approved accessory dwelling unit ADUs plan programs. One of the things that I wanted to know, can we add the tiny homes into that? Kind of look into that too, because with the shortage of homes, especially senior population and stuff like that. There was a bill that was proposed. It was AB 2430, tiny homes. And basically it was approved by the governor, and basically it talks about no larger than 400 square feet. And it can be put in a park or defined. Things provides living facilities for one or more persons, one or two people, living, sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation. So I wonder if we could look into it, especially when we're talking about these horrific fires that we've had. And I know the American National Standards Institutes of National Fire Protection Association Institute is actually supporting this. So can we look in that and maybe put that into this when you're looking at ADUs?
We probably can't put it into this specific project because it's a grant related project and it's specific for the ADU, but I can certainly task some staff to do some research and to look into the ability to bring forward a tiny home item as part of daily operations. As I understand it, existing constraints are the building code and our ability to be flexible outside of the Title 24 building code and use Title 25 building code as well. I believe that is a constraint, but certainly Supervisor, I can task a staff member to do some research and to
Yeah,
really
because
dive
I know
into
there's
that.
grant money that was there too, that the governor put out for tiny homes. So I would like us to look into that, because especially those people in Grizzly Flat that were impacted by that fire, if we can do anything we can to help those people that had no insurance, I would really appreciate it.
And I would also add that, we are going to embark on a housing task force that will have many topics related to housing. And that's certainly in the camp of a topic we probably will
Okay.
discuss.
All right. Thanks.
Well, I appreciate that you'll be doing some research on it, because you said in there in parks and stuff, which sounds different than
Yeah, but
as
there's,
a
there's,
single family dwelling. So we need some clarity on what it is and isn't before we move forward, I think. So I appreciate that
Yeah.
exploration first.
that's it. Thank
Very
you.
good. Brooke.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'm aware of the fact that specific Tahoe projects aren't often in what you call the work plan now, or the matrix. So I really appreciate the two items that are in here, items 15 and 16. As we're different in the rest of the county in that we have commodities. And item number 15 addresses that and how commodities can help affordable housing projects, whether workforce housing or deed restricted affordable. So that's just, great. I really appreciate you having that in there. The other item, it either asks to modify the current Myers area plan or to just come up with a new area plan that would maybe take in additional neighborhoods that are outside of Myers, possibly a new Tahoe jurisdiction-wide area plan. The concern I have for this one is it's one of the few in your work plan that doesn't identify a funding source. It does say that it'll be determined based on funding. So how does your department decide on priorities for funding? And where would, I don't want this to fall by the wayside because there's no funding attached to it. We need to find funding. I would want to know that.
I think one of the reasons for this is that this was a recent project that was added and a recent endeavor that was contemplated. And so it isn't, I think that it's a discussion for the upcoming budget and to see if there's general funds available to fund this project. But that's exactly why, because it's a recent add-on project that's coming forward. And so we haven't quite identified that, but I would think that the budget discussion would be an appropriate place to discuss funding for that. Certainly, staff will also be looking for any type of grant money that we could go after. That's always something that we look for as well. But considering this is a newer project and I don't think it has been contemplated in this fiscal year budget as of yet.
And what does something like that typically cost?
Well, something of that magnitude, you know, I would consider it a very low, almost a low intensity general plan effort, but it is still a significant effort.
Mhm.
And I would quote anywhere from $200,000 to $500,000.
Okay.
It's all dependent on CEQA, community input, and the amount of workshops, all of that.
Right.
Because it's a very heavy-handed effort. And also coordination with TRPA. And so that, how long that takes and getting through that hurdle as well could be time consuming and fairly expensive.
Gotcha.
I would just add that, we would be working closely with Brendan Ferry on this. He would be a strong driver for this and looking at feasibility and all of that. So, as you noted, it's kind of new to add those. And so our collaboration on those projects is kind of, we're bolstering that, trying to work
Trying to
closer.
figure it out.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so I think it's maybe not fully fleshed out.
Okay.
And so, but I think Brendan, by adding this, has an intent to figure it out. And so we'll work with him on that.
Great.
Can I
Thank
ask
you.
a little bit, because this is new and wasn't the Myers plan recently updated or
Recent, like 2018,
that's recent in the
Yes.
world of government? And then it is,
but because TRPA is looking at changing their code
That's all I
relative
know.
to height, density, setbacks, parking, relative to workforce and affordable housing, it kind of opens up the opportunity to amend the plan we have, which if it simply just adopted the TRPA code, that would be easy. But the idea would be to maybe make the scope much bigger. Myers, as identified, is it's like that, just Highway 50, the economic development is kind of the Myers area plan. And we're talking about making it much broader than that.
very good, and that helps a lot, because that's what I was wondering. And with TRPA, we're all aware of that. So are they asking us to do this so that when they upgrade or update their code, Myers will match, or are they kind of helping shepherd this along? And do they have funding, I guess is where I was going.
Yes, they're actively participating in this process right
Okay.
now. And there's a local housing committee, of which I'm one of the members. All of the elected officials in the locals are part of it. As you may know, TRPA, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, also consists of many state members that represent state of California and state of Nevada. So it's only the local electeds that are on this local housing committee. And we're actively working on it. So once the Tahoe Regional Planning Agencies comes up with what they want to recommend, it's up to all the local jurisdictions to follow suit. And I think we can make our restrictions more strict than TRPA, but we can't make them less. It's kind of
That
like the
makes
state
sense.
of
Yeah,
California.
that makes sense. Very good. Oh, thank you for that. That was really
Yeah.
helpful.
Okay, I have a few additional questions. I want to make sure I understand this. In the past, we've had prioritized lists and rank orders, but this 1 through 18 is not a rank order listing. Is that correct? It was just an assemblage of items that had some set of common parameters that were listed down. So the 1 through 18 shouldn't be treated as a priority number. There seems to be some confusion on that.
No, it's just the work plan. If anything, your projects 1 through 4 are or 1 through 3 are required by law, but some of the other ones as well are required. So no, it is not. If anything, I could have just made those bullet points, but more of just to match that up with the memo.
Right, to be able to talk to specific
Yeah,
items.
right. So no, you're either on the work plan or you're not on the work plan.
Right.
And so if it's on the work plan, it is a priority, and certainly some projects like community design standards that we've been trying to get off the ground and getting off the ground, and changes in state law. So obviously there's going to be definitely for staff anyways, to really press those ones along as fast as we can because of just their history. But in my mind, you're either on the plan or you're off the plan. And so, you know, if I have a planner that's down on time on one project because they're waiting for comments back or waiting for a workshop to happen, they can jump onto another project and make sure that they're being fully utilized.
All right, very good. The second area I want to cover again is affordable housing. This is one of those things that even at the governor's level, he's talking about inclusionary housing, and we talked about a program to get that going. So unfortunately, what I see is we're not going to have that till the summer of 2024. And yet we have some large projects that potentially could be coming before us before that. And so my interpretation is without achieving that definition of what inclusionary housing is an ordinance or something, we won't be able to impose that on a developer, right? So we're kind of missing out because of the delays that occurred in that whole thing. And I'll go back to when we had the workshop on affordable housing many years ago. And I recognize COVID and everything else got in the way, but we are going to continue to underachieve the RENA numbers that SACOG has given us for this period of time, which puts us on a target list that doesn't allow us the flexibility to do as much. So I don't want to de-emphasize affordable housing. We really have to get this done. And I appreciate the fact that we now have a task force set up, but I'm hoping they move through this pretty quickly. It's not new territory. It's not new ground. It shouldn't take a year for that task force to move through this. So it really is the motivation and staff's, you know, pulling the process through and those. So I'm hoping we're very successful with that. We get the right people all participating and wanting to get to an end point and not just talk about it. Because there's obviously been an awful lot of delays and we're trying to make up some of that ground. So I just want to emphasize affordable housing. And if we did these in alphabetical order, which is one way some people do it, right? When they're all neutral, just put them in alphabetical order. So anyway, that was a comment relative to affordable housing.
Supervisor Heidel, can I ask,
Yes, sure.
do you recall what was the Affordable Housing Task Force tasked to do? What was supposed to be their outcome? Do you recall?
I'll let them comment because I
don't-
have my own interpretation, but I'm not sure it's clear.
Oh, okay, let's find out.
As I understand it, the task force would be set up with professionals and experts to really look at affordable housing as a whole and to look at an affordable housing ordinance and what would be included in that ordinance. A lot of, I believe their work will include public input. And that's why the timing of the completion is next year, because we're taking into account substantial public input. But as I understand it, it'll be an overall task force with industry professionals to really holistically look at affordable housing. We also have our housing consultant that's going to act as a direct liaison and also, let's just say, act as a support arm to the task force to prepare an ordinance or to set up meetings to basically act as their planning division. And so I think there'll be a great amount of support for affordable housing in that regard. Now, what is going to be included in the affordable housing ordinance or other ordinances, I'm really not prepared to speak on that at this point because I don't want to speak for the task force. That's going to be their job in conjunction with you, the elected officials, and also with the public. So
I'll just add one thing, which was, I think the intent was we were going to have a series of meetings and that the target was to focus those meetings on a specific topic and not deviate, so that we're, he brought up or tiny homes, and then there's whether to do inclusionary housing. I mean, those are large topics that are in the umbrella of affordable housing. So the intent was to have these specific topics, bring specific folks that were maybe experts in that specific topic, and then try to get to a finish line on how we want to proceed and make recommendations consistent with our housing element to your board on moving forward with an affordable housing board.
Okay, so the task force is really to provide expertise and gather information that will feed into ultimately an ordinance. Is that your
Yes,
interpretation?
yeah, there's summary right up
Okay.
here that they provided as part of the staff report. The key part of this to me is this: the task force will periodically report to the board for further direction on housing initiatives. So it's supposed to be an interaction periodically with the task force. It isn't like they go off and we don't hear anything from them for 6 months or a year. So periodic inputs so we can have that bigger discussion and figure out where are our priorities. How do we put this together consistent with best practices, what other jurisdictions have been able to do successfully, and where some maybe have struggled with certain approaches. We want to make sure we use that clear path that'll get us there, but it has to be tailored for what our needs are in El Dorado County, right? Which is another big undertaking. We can't
Right.
just take and copy paste because we are substantially different than most other municipalities. So I think that's the key thing. But that interaction with the board is what gives me, I guess, encouragement that we will get to a point here where we can define some of these things. Because again, the further this gets stretched out, the more opportunities we lose in terms of being able to bring that affordable. The other question I had on affordable housing is how much interaction occurs between long-range planning and economic development? Because there we talk about workforce housing, which to me is a subset of affordable housing, right? If you look at affordable housing as a big umbrella, and that's not low-income housing necessarily, but affordable housing at the various levels that SACOG is defined that are in RENA. How do we make sure that there is a look at the need for workforce quotes housing within this affordable housing matrix when the task force is looking at? It's not just all multifamily housing units that are built consistent with what's in our general plan listing of identified properties. It has to be associated with closeness to the workplace and the ability to walk, bicycle ride, whatever. So that gets into things like the El Dorado Hills R&D Park, and how do we look at opportunities there for mixed use that will allow us workforce housing within the same local area where the employment is. That's kind of my objective. So what interaction happens with economic development in that particular area?
I think economic development will be very much involved in the task force.
Okay,
And there will more than likely be some members as part of that task force or industry professionals that possibly cross over into both realms. But it's going to be critical. And I think maybe what you're describing is a component of the affordable housing ordinance that specifically calls out workforce housing and what that definition is and what incentives that we're willing to provide for that. So, but I think that outreach to our economic partners, certainly our economic manager will be involved in this process, and your point is well taken.
thank you for that clarity. I'm going to move on then to the zoning ordinance major update. We all know there's a lot of changes that have been talked about, contemplated. We know that a lot of those need to be embodied in the zoning ordinance update. So we have that, and then we have the minor, which is 12, minor updates. And so I'm trying to determine where certain items that have been talked about before as public input fit within this. So to be specific, is there a list of items that will be brought forward as part of the zoning ordinance major or map minor updates in the near term? Is there something that I can look at and say, all right, this is on there, it was an input from a constituent, they're going to get addressed in this period, as opposed to flowing into the major update, which is longer range?
For the minor updates, we do keep a file with planner comments of inconsistencies, things that we come across that
Okay.
that we don't like, that don't make sense, or where the language is either we hate vague language. No planner likes to try to interpret, would have, could have, or should have. And so we do keep a file of a running file of planner comments. Those are typically held in reserve for the minor updates, something that would be grouped together and really wouldn't be too impactful to the overall zoning code. The major updates, as you see, the major issue areas that are going to be covered are going to have large implications to how projects are evaluated and what they have to comply with. And so we do keep a list of minor updates, but then we also, what we do is when we go to do a minor update, we'll send out communications to people, staff and interested parties, and say, we're going to be conducting a minor update. Have you come across anything in the zoning code that you would like to see changed, and what is that? And so we will do a reach out. Now, we may or may not, as far as the minor updates, this major update effort is significant, and it's affecting 4 different sections plus changes by law. So it's going to be a lot of changes to the zoning code. And so Some of the changes in that major change will also be minor changes because they're required by state law. And so you will see some things in that major effort that you'll think, did this really need to be in this? But I wouldn't say that the major effort is going to be a catch-all, but it's certainly those 4 major issue areas and then changes in state law. But we do keep a running list of inconsistencies, and certainly any board member that ever comes across something that doesn't make sense in the code, or you hear from a constituent that says, I'm confused by this language, feel free to pass it along to us and we add it to the file. And then when we think we have enough issues going on, or that there's enough minor updates, then we will initiate a minor update.
Okay, so the list is available, so I could receive that, or I can go on the website and find it. How would I get access
I'll
to
have
it?
to search in our files. It's mainly emails from planners
Oh, okay. So
saying, hey, I just came
it
across
really
this.
isn't a running list.
No, it's not a running list. It's a
spreadsheet, nothing like that.
it's a
Okay.
data collection file where
Okay.
we put questions and comments and emails, or if a customer is upset about a certain outcome that they've received, and we see that has happened, multiple times, then we will
Okay.
take a look at that for
So
sure.
let me get specific then on one that bothers me, and this is a matter of interpretation, I believe, based upon intent, and it's associated with the Oak Resources Management Plan.
Okay.
There is a clause in there that talks about a 1 acre or less exemption for certain types of things. I'm dealing with a constituent and a lot that you're hard pressed to even get a house on it. And yet the interpretation they've been giving is they would have to pay large amounts of money to mitigate oak tree removal. And I don't believe that was the intent when we tried to establish that 1 acre exemption. It was not meant to go to that level. So personal opinion, right? But I don't believe that was the intent. So how do we address what was the intent at the time versus, kind of the worst case assumptions that go into that kind of decision from a planner? I'm not challenging what the planner is doing. I'm just saying, I would think some clarity would help with respect to what was the intent when that was done. And this is like 2016. It goes back quite a ways.
That is exactly what we're looking at in the Oak Resources plan right now.
Okay.
That's something that has come up. I don't know if you have anything to add to that as far as where we sit right now, but I know it's something that, was something that we looked at and was.
So this would be the major update in terms of the
That's the
timing.
major
It's not gonna
update.
be the
of-
minor.
Right.
Okay.
It's not
Correct.
minor. It's major.
So if it works, is my mic on?
Yeah.
Again, Tom Purcell, Long Range Planning. Just wanted to let you know that I'm the current project manager of the major zoning updates, and that major
Okay.
oak piece is going to be one of many that come up for public workshops at both the Planning Commission and the board. That will be within the next calendar year as anticipated. So we will be bringing that forward. And that very issue is being looked at. We're basically opening up the code and dissecting it right now with help of the arborist that's on staff with the consultants. We're trying to get to the meat of the issues, and then we're going to put those issues out for workshops and public comment, and there'll be many opportunities to engage on that.
So for my constituent who wants to be able to build on the lot, I got to tell them fall of 2024. Is that what I have to tell them? Sounds like it.
Possibly just because the very nature that the oaks need the public engagement due to the concerns, and we want to make sure that all components are properly vetted and consistent with state law and other codes.
I got a
Okay.
follow-up question on that oak tree ordinance. I've had a lot of my constituents call me. And the biggest thing is insurance companies. Insurance companies want to remove these trees within so many square, feet of their homes. The problem is we have this oak tree ordinance that prohibits that. So, and the biggest part of the problem is getting this done so they can get their insurance. And if they don't remove them, then they get canceled. And I've had this happen to a number of my constituents. And I think we need to look into that and change that a little bit, especially when it comes to these, the insurance companies that are canceling these people's insurance. So I think that's one of the big part of this is like John was kind of talking about. We got to do something to change it, because it's not right for these people to pay these higher insurance costs. And then they get dropped, and then they got to go to the fair plan, which is 3 or 4 times more. So we need to change something in that, make sure that happens.
So I might jump in here. So one of the key factors for even moving that modification for the Oak Resources Management Plan forward was from our current planning team and their difficulties in implementing particularly the exemptions and the exceptions to the exemptions. So there are a list of exemptions that include things like with a fire safe plan that's approved, but it doesn't say with an insurance company, and then we've explored that actual interpretation of having, but then an insurance company may be going outside of what is, in compliance with our plan because they're not a registered forest. Or so what I'm saying is most of the effort put into that Oak Resources Management Plan update is those implementation factors, and particularly how we will provide more clarity to our constituents related to using exemptions and what those requirements are for submitting. Because we acknowledge the acre removal, personal use. I mean, there's all these exemptions, but then it says heritage trees and valley oak, woodland and valley oak trees are not exempt. And so even if you have an exemption, a lot of it, with the exception of dead, diseased and dying, those
Inconsistency.
exceptions
Right.
don't
And-
work. And so it is difficult for staff to implement. And that is one of the major factors in us bringing this whole, this major update to the Oak Resources Management
Yeah,
Plan.
okay.
So we acknowledge these difficulties from the constituents, and on the other side of the table, staff deals with the same difficulties in trying to stay consistent and, and question, how did this come to be, or should we still be doing it this way?
All right. Anyway, I just want to
Acknowledge.
resolve this problem because it's been an ongoing thing. It really has. And there's a lot of people that are really upset. So we need to do something to work with these people to make sure this happens because, when insurance is really hard to get right now, especially when we're in a high risk area, the whole county basically is. So I want to we need to change that to make sure that these people don't lose their insurance because it's so hard to get another insurance company, so anyway. And one of the things that I'm questioning, another thing I got a question here, and you say summer 23, do we have specific dates and times when these things are going to be completed?
No, we don't. There's really no way to, I could throw dates on there, but I would be wrong. We're really almost to the seasonal, because most of these projects are such massive efforts and include multiple components to the project. And quite frankly, quite a few things that are outside of our control. And so, we can't get down to the very date level, but we can certainly get down to, summer, spring, or fall. If the projects were more discrete, like it was a development project of X amount of houses, I could certainly probably provide an exact date. But with these types of large scale projects, with the amount of community input and revisions that will be needed and workshops and that kind of thing, it's really not possible to get down to a specific date and be really ethical about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I
With
have
the
something to
exception of
add.
the two Supervisor Parlin identified.
I do have something.
Yes.
Right? We know that.
I have something to add to that, though. We acknowledge that coming once a year doesn't really give you a very good status of things and progress as projects are moving forward. And so our director has initiated sort of a quarterly report to your board to try to give status updates on things. And so we intend to bring more frequent information to your board through memorandums or updates that aren't necessarily, hearings like this, but to give you status on projects and give you updates and then, provide you with more information without only seeing us once a year. So that's already been initiated. And so we acknowledge that once a year isn't quite enough to keep you updated on all these projects.
One other thing, can you tell me when exactly, we were talking, I know I got this thing from Karen Gardner. Thank you, Karen, for looking into this. But can you give me an idea when this is going to be put in place? Is it going to be put in place right away or?
Karen's going to be speaking to those items once we're done with the meeting.
Okay. All right, thanks.
And to follow up what you said about the quarterly updates, those are going to be like a memo to us, but you really only want us adding things once a year, I'm guessing, right?
I believe so. I mean, I think the intent-
Yes, please.
I believe the
Just
intent is
checking.
to look at the work plan. Now, if something comes up, like, some of the things that also aren't on here is urgency ordinances. We've had to
Sure.
participate in several in the last couple of years. As things come up, or if something new arises, certainly there'll be opportunity, particularly if in response to those, that we could consider other, we don't have to only come once a year, but
Okay.
the intent is to try to, so that we can both budget for our staff workloads and the projects that we're going to be able to achieve, and then, work on our staffing as well.
Very good.
I had one kind of final top level question. A lot of these activities are state mandated, right? Do you have a general feel of how much of our staff time is spent to qualify to satisfy the state mandates? Because I think that's something the public doesn't understand either. The state passes down to us mandates, but they don't give us funding for staff to do these things. So
Yeah, I mean, we kept our methodology from the previous years that talk about state mandates first and then things.
right.
So that hasn't changed.
Right.
But I think we could certainly take a look at that. I don't have that number right in
I was
front
just
of me.
looking at ballpark. Do we spend half of our time, a quarter of our time, just something that's rough order of magnitude? Because one is the creative part, what we're trying to do. The other is what the state is saying we have to do.
It's really, I've kind of found it to be almost project by project, and the community design standards is certainly one project where changes in state law have really had a ripple effect and expanded the scope on that project and have slowed it down from starting. And so on certain projects, I would say almost 50% of, the time is to deal with unfunded state mandates as included in the effort. In other efforts, where we're just putting in a community design overlay or something else that's not quite heavy-handed, very little I think would have
So
to
it
do.
varies by project.
I would say overall, and I think boss just sort of concurred, is that it may be about 30% overall.
Okay, about a third, something like that. All right, fair enough. I appreciate that. Any final questions or comments from board members before we open up for public comment?
Not right now.
All right, Kim, would you announce the public comment period?
Now taking public comment on item number 3. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining.
Sorry, I just wanted to, before we go to public comment,
Okay.
I wanted to bring up a few other items because
Sure,
there may be
please,
public comment
please.
on these items, but one of which Supervisor Turnbull mentioned. So there was a memo that was included in this request that staff looked at from Mr. Dixon in the El
Yes.
Dorado area to look at being able to construct a single family home on a residential parcel. And normally we wouldn't bring these up as part of this, but this is just something I know that's kind of come up over a few times during the years. And so wanted to present it to the board. As the memo mentions, staff has taken a look at this particular issue, and we've looked at it from the perspective of traffic, which is one of the things that came up. And with these couple of parcels that Mr. Dixon owns, if they were to be developed as multifamily, could the roadway support that? And if it can or can't, does that affect, how these should be zoned? We took a look at that. DOT also took a look at it. And what we determined is that the 2 individual parcels that are owned, yes, we acknowledge those are very difficult to develop with multifamily and be able to support with the roadway. However, planning looks at a bigger piece of the puzzle. And so if you look at the maps that were attached, there's other parcels around it that have the same zoning and land use. And so when we are looking for parcels to develop as multifamily or some other use, we don't look at just one parcel. We look at a larger area. And when you look at that larger area, there are roadways that can support more intense residential development than what exists out there right now. So again, that individual parcel, just because of the exact location it's in and the roads that it abuts, it may be difficult by itself, but the intent is really to eventually have someone take a look at multiple parcels and develop multiple parcels, which would then get them out to a roadway that can support it. Now, of course, you can engineer anything. So even those individual parcels, if someone really wanted to do that, they could probably put in the road improvements that could make it happen, albeit very expensive. So we are not supporting this as staff because we, again, look at multiple parcels. We don't look at individual parcels in the zoning. This particular parcel has actually been zoned multifamily for quite some time. And so that is the request there. That just wanted to put it out for consideration. The couple other things I wanted to mention, as we were talking about things that are minor updates, another thing included in that is director's interpretations. We do those throughout the year. The zoning code tells us that when we do a director's interpretation, that should eventually find its way into a zoning code update. That may be minor, maybe major, depending on the exact nature of that. So one was prepared that you received yesterday morning. So what'll happen with that process is at some point we will come back with a resolution of intent. And that'll give us the opportunity at that time to discuss more deeply that particular issue about our industrial and R&D zoning. But I just wanted to point it out now to say that's additional work that we do. So we have these directors' interpretations or other interpretations. Those eventually make their way into those minor or major updates that you'll see. So expect that one to be coming forward in this year.
I'm going to interrupt a minute. Can you give us a time on that? You have any idea?
We can probably get that resolution of intent back within, the next couple of months, I would think. I mean, we can start preparing that now. And so just a matter of getting it on to agenda. The director's interpretation, however, takes effect right away. So be
Okay.
clear on
All
that.
right,
That
all
is
right.
now in effect.
Okay.
But the problem is those are memos that are not, so if someone goes to our zoning ordinance to say, what can I develop? And that information isn't in there, they're not getting the whole picture. They would have
Right.
to know to go look at these director's interpretations to really understand. So we don't want to do that. We want to have it in the zoning code as quickly as possible.
Yeah, the only reason I brought it up is because I think the public needs to know. So it goes into effect right away because you know how the public could be. So
And that's when we bring back the resolution of intent, we can talk more about, for different ones. Some of them probably won't really need public input, others will. So we can talk about that then.
okay. All right, that's good.
And then the last thing,
Please let us know when you see a targeted date for that resolution, because I know other people that are very interested and
Yeah.
I would like to, like George, move forward and get to that as quickly as we can, because there is a lot of consternation and
yeah,
we don't need that. We need to set the record straight and
Okay.
get it going.
I'll start working on that right away, and then we'll look at agenda dates and see how soon we can get it back.
All right, I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
And then the last one I just want to mention, it's a little bit of a one-off, but on May 24th, you received a letter from Planning Commission Chair talking about some public workshops that they wanted to do on different topics. And the reason I bring that up is just, it's one of those things that do take additional time. And for these particular topics, it's when I probably would have to pull some of the long-range planning staff to help out. In particular, one I suggested was affordable housing. Another one was just the planning process. And so those are, they're one of those things that sound quick and easy, but they really aren't. By the time we prepare the information, gather what we need, we usually have to coordinate with other departments because it's never just planning and building. It does start taking some time. However, I do want to keep, I want to educate our planning commission if that's the information they want, but I would suggest maybe looking at other ways. So for example, on the affordable housing, since we do have the task force, that's probably going to be starting up pretty soon. Maybe a more efficient, effective way is to have a planning commissioner involved with that. And then they can report back to the planning commission as we have our affordable housing task force meetings. And I think that will help get them educated. So that's just one idea there. So just wanted to bring that up. Any questions on those 3 items?
Any questions of Karen?
No,
No, I appreciate you bringing up the planning commission workshop request, because they did have one, I think, last year regarding water. And I think there was a lot, it happened without board direction, which was a bit of concern because the board is supposed to, as a whole, direct staff, and staff is a valuable resource that we have to be mindful of. And also, in hindsight, of course, always in hindsight, I think it was a lost opportunity because it wasn't a joint meeting and we didn't get to participate. So I appreciate you thinking of it like with the affordable housing one, to just insert someone, because we do that with ad hocs. We're on all kinds of
Right.
committees and then we just report out. So I think that's a really good strategy so that everyone's on the same page, can stay in the loop. And yet we're not impacting staff time, which is just, you guys are stretched so thin, and this list on a piece of paper doesn't look like much, but I think we all know what's behind it. So, and the state keeps adding more to our plate, whether we like it or not. So thank you for bringing that. That's I think a really good way to address some of these concerns that the planning commission has. And
Yep.
If they want to do more than that, who should they talk to really to get guidance on how to go about it?
Well, I think we can always talk to them one-on-one and maybe put them in touch with resources. The other opportunity, excuse me, is, of course, the planning commission reports out to you, the board, once a year. And, that's a good opportunity for them to bring it up and seek specific direction at that time on any particular topics that they might want more information on.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so I totally agree with Supervisor Parlin. I think if we're talking about workshops at the planning commission level, the board should really participate in that, because I think we all need to hear the same thing and understand. So it has to rise, a request for a workshop has to rise to the level that it's of major significance to the board, significance to the planning department, significant to the planning commission. So I think that's the criteria we have to try to use. And I had suggested we consider a workshop associated with affordable housing. Now, having heard your program, we've got the task force going, we're going to get periodic reports back. I don't think that's necessary, but we do need to make sure the planning commission stays involved with understanding what the board is getting back, right? So again, it's just that communication link. But I like your approach of involving them to the extent they're willing to. They're volunteers for the most part. So sometimes there's a limitation on how much time people can volunteer, right? But to the extent they can participate, I think we need to encourage it and keep them as a communicator to help us, as opposed to us, the board and the planning commission, kind of getting on separate pages in terms of where we're trying to head.
Yeah.
So,
And one more just thought, that I think you mentioned the request for a workshop on the process itself of a planning project. And I think I've mentioned it in the past. The public needs that information too. The board needs it. We all need it. So I think I've requested prior is, instead of having a big old long workshop that just gets in the weeds on things, because sometimes then you accidentally start pulling in specific projects and it gets awkward. I'm just wondering if there's a document out there that's easy to understand. And I know the planning process is not easy, it's complex, but if there's some kind of a flow chart diagram. I know I had a project a couple of years ago that was controversial, and Shelley and I kind of reached out and we made it up a little bit of bits and pieces, and we made our own diagram to help the public that was very concerned and didn't like this project that I had understand where we were. And I put a little arrow saying we are here, just something to help all of us really know the life of a project and where it may go, where it does go, decision points perhaps.
right.
When the public gets to participate is a big deal along this flow chart of a project. And then it could be out there for everyone. That might help with a lot of questions for years to come.
Yeah.
And I actually prefer a roadmap format, because
There you
it
go.
tells you exactly where
There
you
you go.
are. And
However you
decision
make
points.
it.
Yeah, but yeah, whatever format you want to use, but that is extremely helpful. My understanding and inquiring about that in the past is Roger Trout put together a very large briefing on that very matter. It's probably outdated at this point, but it might be a starting point to take and refresh it, make it current without having to start from scratch.
Yeah.
And I recall hearing it, but it was so many years ago. I think it was what, 2016, 17, something like that, whenever it was. But all I'm saying is, if you got good source material, don't start from base zero. If you can build off of that and try to get it to the point where we can release it, on a quicker time frame is all.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree. Raphael and I have actually talked about that for his department as well, is rather than one big workshop trying to cover everything, you just little bite-sized chunks. And that way, if someone only wants to know, hey, I'm submitting a conditional use permit, how do I get from A to, Z? They can go and find that piece of information and don't have to sit through, a 3-hour workshop to get to that answer. So absolutely agree.
That'd be a great tool for all of us to have at our fingertips. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Karen. I think we're ready for public comment now.
Now taking public comment on item number 3. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, board,
Morning, Brian.
council, staff. Brian Veerkamp, past board of supervisor, amongst other things. I'm here today representing a good friend of mine, Kurt Dixon. Kurt and I go way back to high school days. He's been a local guy, tree faller, really good community member. He purchased this land knowing that it was zoned what it currently is, and we zoned it that way in the 2015 TGPAZOU update. I think I got it right. And at the time, we had all discussed time and time again, and Supervisor Parlin, you're really into this one, that infrastructure and certain things were there to support the necessary zoning. Yeah, if you look at Exhibit A, I believe it is, Karen, of the item before you, from Google Earth, you'll see there's roads going everywhere. The problem with those roads, and Supervisor Turnbull, you knew this better than anybody, for that particular property is like 8 feet wide, prescriptive easements. There's no garages on those single family residents around there, and they all park right on the street, and getting through there is almost non-existent. They've actually one-wayed one of the roads that comes out by Poor Reds. The other issue in this immediate area, it is 300-ish feet from Poor Reds, which is a historical downtown town of El Dorado. So there's numerous issues, and one other major one, and Raphael is here. Thank you, Raphael. And we've all had discussions about this post this zoning. You've got Pleasant Valley Road, which is currently roughly service level F. So as we talked about the Caltrans improvements and other things, a potential roundabout in front of Poor Reds, you know, all that just basically got blown up because there's just no way you could do it. But just like there's no way that Kurt realized once he bought this property, he started checking into what was going to be required for him to make even the minimum multifamily units in there, that he couldn't do it because he cannot get the road widths necessary for the roadway, 2 ways in, 2 ways out, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, everything you'd have to do for multifamily. So it is very inconsistent in this immediate area. And I would urge and deplore you to please direct staff to zone this back. It would not be that complicated of an issue. We've talked about that as well, and give them direction to get this zone back. We've canvassed the neighborhood as well. We've got signatures from 30 of the residents in the immediate area. They would all concur, so you can take it as a bigger project, and I may need just a few more seconds, or you can take just his 2 parcels. Just one case in point, the parcel to the east of Bighorn Gun Shop, 17 acres, zone commercial, is now for sale for $250,000. Because they can't get the infrastructure, they can't get the road necessary for any development that support
Thank you, Brian.
commercial.
We have to cut you off. but
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway,
Message received. Thank you.
thank you.
Anyone else present in the boardroom that would like to speak to this item?
Before I get started, I have a comment about your sloping aisle here. It's very hard for me to see where it slopes and doesn't slope, right? So if there could be a line saying that it does, I have a balance issue is my main
Okay.
issue. So hi.
Hi.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to start off. I did submit comments yesterday. I'm moving on from those to have a few additional comments. I wanted to start with saying that I've had a lot of interactions with the staff of the building and planning department in the last year and a half, and the counter staff and reception staff are fabulous. Their attitude 100%, I mean, like 100%, so you're welcome to the club, is just they're focused on what the person in front of them, what they need. They're not distracted. They're not doing anything except for trying to get the job done. And very helpful, very polite. So I wanted to start out with that. There's been nothing but wonderful with that staff. I wanted to, I like the Gantt style diagrams where what's dependent on the next thing is how you're scheduling stuff. And so it's a typical project management engineering style of it. And it helps identify what is dependent on the next thing, what you're waiting for, and why you can move on to other things and do things simultaneously. That's a really good way to graph it on a matrix instead of a priority. And then the purpose, my focus was really looking at the ADU, the accessory dwelling unit laws, and what's going on with your pre-designed ones. if you look at the law, I hope that this is what you're doing. And so I just wanted to reemphasize it, is that there's a number of reasons why that legislation was passed. And it was to provide supported housing, affordable housing, senior housing, and ADA compliant housing, for disabled. And so I'm hoping that as you're coming up with your pre-design, that you're considering especially ADA requirements and stuff for it. And then another thing about those designs is that the state law is all geared towards 1,200 square foot housing, right? And so our ordinance allows us to go up higher than that, depending on the size of your lot, basically. And as long as it's compliant every other way. And so I'm hoping that did you count my time about this? Sorry.
No.
Okay, but I'm hoping that this ordinance is really clear, because as a Supervisor Chairman Heidel suggested, that you have to have objective standards. And right now there's a problem, because in my experience with my application for my ADU, there aren't objective standards right now. The director said that 2 of her staff people and
Thank
that
you,
might
Cheryl. And
invalidate the law.
We have to stop here. Would you please give us your name for the record? 'Cause
Oh,
the
yeah,
audio
sorry.
portion- Thank you.
Sorry, Cheryl Bly Chester, and I live in District 2.
Thank you. So we have to
Okay.
conclude the conversation at this point, but appreciate your inputs.
And can I just, who do I need to talk to about getting striping on that? It just needs to be a piece of tape or something where.
I think we'll talk to
Yeah.
facilities is probably the right,
Thank you.
approach. Thank you.
Because that would.
Yep.
help a lot.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. I just want to support planning staff for all the hard work that they've done. I know the magnitude and level of effort that they put into these kinds of planning projects. And by the way, you can give me a timer, because just because I'm staff
needs a
doesn't mean,
timer.
yes, I do. You need to stop me. So, but this is just in order to complement the hard work and effort that the planning department has put into this. I'm working very collaboratively with them and my staff. I know how hard it is to try and get an understanding of what the direction of the board, the public, the community, what they want. And we only have limited resources. So my commendations to them. But Karen did say one thing that I did want to bring up, and just food for thought moving forward, because a topic did come up last week when I wasn't here, of course, wouldn't you know it, regarding the CIP and the TIF. And what we do is very connected in terms of their planning, their zoning, and how it combines with our circulation and our growth factors and the infrastructure that we need. That if we want this to be a collaborative planning joint board workshop, you'll have to let Karen and I know. We were thinking it was probably going to be planning and then the board, but if you want it to be both, the only I guess limiting factor with what the chair just said is that they're volunteers. So, their time is limited. So we try and accommodate for them. And so we were thinking we're going to do planning and then come back to the board, give 2 different presentations or workshops, have planning be first, give you an understanding of what they do, and then transportation second, as to how we combine our data and our analysis based off of their planning. So just food for thought. That's all I wanted to do, is give you guys something to think about, because if we are going to do it, I was thinking of the end of the year. Now I hear we potentially wanted to have it by the end of August. So something for us to be thinking about moving forward. Okay. Thank you very much.
Raphael.
Appreciate your
Yep.
time.
Thanks, Raphael.
And that was the board direction, just so you know, in August. So
Yes, I
Yeah.
know. And
Just saying.
so
Yeah.
I'm more than welcome to do that. It's just something that then we have to collaboratively work together so that we're not giving you
Correct.
bits and pieces.
Yeah.
All right.
It needs to be an integrated presentation. Yes, thank you. Anyone else in the boardroom?
Seeing no,
Oh, we have one more, I guess. Maybe one more.
Morning.
Morning.
I didn't plan to talk today, but I'm here, so I might as well talk. Tim Costello, Shingle Springs, and I'm with the Shingle Springs Community Alliance. And I came here today to listen to any chatter on the community design standards that we've been working on for a number of years. And as to echo what Supervisor Parlin said, we have been working on it for at least 10 years now. And it's a bit frustrating that the schedule seems to be continually be pushed out. It's probably no fault of the staff. My sense is planning might be understaffed. You've got competing projects, and this has been kicked down the road. So it's nice that we have a schedule on paper now for early 2025, I think, late 2024, early 2025, yeah, for the Shingle Springs design standards to be completed. So I just hope that schedule can be met. I mean, it's taken almost 2 years now, 3 years for the new consultant to be brought on board. And I know that there's been some state mandates that have come along that's completely sidetracked that schedule. But nevertheless, the community feels that this is important. And so we do hope that it gets done in the next couple of years. And then one issue has come up recently is the proposed ARCO station at Duroc and South Shingle. So we don't have the design standards on the books yet. So we'll be in a position, the Shingle Springs Community Alliance will be in a position to request that the architectural elements be consistent with what we have in mind. But technically, I think we can require it because, that's not on the books yet. So the sooner that can get done, the better.
Yeah.
So I guess I just ask that this project be made the top priority.
Thank you, Tim.
Get it done quickly. If not, fine, but just the next couple of years, we'd appreciate it. It's been a long process. So thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Not seeing anyone else in the boardroom. Kim, go ahead.
now taking public comment from Zoom participants, now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, board. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're fine, Chris. Go.
Just to state for the board and for county council, I'm just making general comments, not specific to any project. Here's my comments. Kudos to staff for providing a comprehensive work plan and its 18 projects for discussion. Also those that you may add or those that you may remove. Obviously, it gives you a starting point. As a former DOT project manager, 11 years retired, I used to use and continue to know about Gantt style schedulers such as Microsoft Visio, Intermapper, Lucidchart, and others. Each project is scheduled with links to networking, so you can look at project to project based on resources and budgets. These are also connected to budgeting and scheduling timelines. I believe that should be considered in this case, and I would disagree with staff that it's not possible because of complexity. It's these kinds of projects that need to have something like this because they are complex, and I agree with staff about the complexity. I think you should add 2 new columns to this this plan. One would be called estimated time to complete with the unit time such as hours, days, or weeks. And that would be right after the estimated completion date and right before the project initiation column. Some of the items have been carried for many years. If you look at Legistar, in terms of the body of this discussion and background, you'll see other dates that you can go back and review. And some of these projects have a long-standing history, such as design standards of as many as 10 years. My question only relates to the attachment C that I did read that attachment. I'm not going to comment about the project. But to Mr. Veerkamp's, one of your speakers, I would give you this date, December the 9th, 2021. That's December the 9th, 2021. Planning Commission, item number 4. I won't get into it because again, I'm trying to keep myself clean from any issues. So I'm just going to say that date of December 9th, 2021, Planning Commission, item number 4. That concludes my comments. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from 013.
Good morning, supervisors.
Good morning.
This is Linda Witters calling from the Upper Lake Valley. I wanted to talk about this Tahoe project that that's asking that concerning the expansion of the Myers area. The area that's Myers is basically from Pioneer Trail. It was to Highway 89. In the recent past, it got extended down to the bridge somehow. But wanting to be something part of Myers is something no one wants. It's an undefined area. It needs to remain undefined, and we need to set no precedent that it's a larger area than what is already defined in order to update codes. We don't want that. People don't want it, please. And let me see what else here. Please don't cede your Board of Supervisors authority to the TRPA, which, by the way, is it's not supported by the residents. And everything I see in the 44 years that I live here that's wrong is because the 5 counties in the basin have ceded their authority to TRPA. The Myers plan is the TRPA plan for Myers. It's not the county plan for Myers. And we need you to remain engaged for the sake of the residents. And no, we don't want to be a larger Myers area. Please leave it undefined. It's not even a town. It's just a space on the highway, and it's really run down and dirty. Nobody wants any place to look like Myers. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Linda.
Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Good morning, supervisors. Although I am privileged to sit on the APAC board, I am calling not on behalf of APAC, but as a resident of El Dorado Hills. And in reaction to Karen Gardner's director's determination on fulfillment centers, heavy distribution and parcel hub uses, kudos. This is a major move forward in helping to define an area that was very clearly not well defined. And as a resident that has been involved in looking at these various issues, certainly with regard to Project Frontier, this determination is, again, to be congratulated. We'll be reaching out further with a couple of other comments on this, but all in all, nice job. Thank you, Supervisor Turnbow, for working with Karen on this, and also John Heidel. I know you've been involved instrumentally in this also. So please take my sincere view of and congratulations for moving this thing forward as you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I didn't hear any real specific questions in that, so I'll just open it up for staff to make comments or responses to any of the questions that came up in public. Should you choose to do so, we don't have to belabor it, but if you had something you wanted to respond, then now would be the time to add that. Nothing? All right, very good. So I think it's back to the board now, and we have the item defined here.
I was going to ask Supervisor Lane, could you maybe clarify though what Linda references? We're not trying to expand Myers as a community, it's just a planning document for that area or beyond, correct? I mean, I felt
I
that there was
was-
a little confusion there perhaps, and I'm not sure.
Right, and I was a little confused by a couple of the comments as well, so I'll follow up after the meeting,
Okay,
but
good idea.
there's in the unincorporated portion of the basin, the Myers area plan is the only document that is currently recorded with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. And yet there's a lot more to the unincorporated part of the basin. So the idea was, are there opportunities? Could we expand it? Should we just incorporate the new housing element changes to the Myers area plan and leave it and create another area plan? The problem with that is, again, goes back to cost. You know, it is super expensive to start at the ground level. So the idea to build off of the Myers area plan is what's being contemplated, but it's not set in stone how we're going to do it. And it doesn't even have a funding assigned to it at this point. So we can be very open and much more flexible with how, you know, the residents would like to see that as well.
Okay, got it. Because I thank you for that. Because the city has its own planning document.
They have
right? So-
multiple planning documents
Okay.
within the city, so they divide it up in areas. So we could do the same, but like I said, it's going to be an issue of who do we want to be and how are we going to approach it?
Thank you for that. That helped a lot.
You have an approximate time frame of when a committee might be formed to pursue that? Is that years out? Is it, talking phase? Where are you with that?
Yeah, I think we're in talking phase.
Okay.
Basically, Mr. Ferry and Thea will kind of lead that charge, and it's not formalized, not at this point.
Conceptually.
Is that
Okay.
right? Yeah, right.
Very good. Thank you for the additional information.
Yeah, I
Larry?
just want to follow up on what Brian was talking about on Kurt Dixon's. I own the property that was adjacent to the old post office in El Dorado, and it was where Sugar Lily's was, the bakery that was in the back. And I know the issues with parking and stuff. And let me tell you, people do park on the street. It's hard to even get through there and stuff. There's been times and stuff, we had to even get out to the residents and tell them to move their vehicle out of the way because you couldn't even get through, especially with my dually. So there was a big problem with that. And I totally understand, especially, I think it's Oriental Street goes into that. I think it's North Street is what it is. And I think that's where the biggest part of the problem is. And it's one way off of Forney goes in one way to that. And that's another issue too, because a lot of the people getting out of that area, especially with poor reds and stuff, and it's barely, you can even get two cars even down to the roads that come out of that area where poor reds is. And most of the people have to go all the way down and turn on Oriental Street to get out. So there's been a traffic issue for years and stuff there. And I do agree with Brian because I own that property there, and it's been an ongoing thing for a long, long time. So I'd like to look into that. Also, talking about Cheryl's thing, and I'd like to understand ADUs a little bit more, because in here I was reading some of the laws and efficiency on this thing. And here's the thing, and I was reading item 8.2, withstanding paragraph 1, a local agency shall not establish an ordinance of the following: the minimum square foot requirement, either in an attached or detached accessory unit that prohibits an efficiency unit. So what do you call efficiency? I just like to understand that a little bit more, because it seems like to me that when it comes to adding another bedroom or something like that, and that to be able to expand so more livable space, I think we need to look into that a little bit more, because I really don't understand it. I'd like to have more clarification. So if you could clarify that a little bit more. Anyway, and on also a maximum square footage requirement, either attached or detached accessory dwelling unit. So there's just some issues in these ordinances and stuff, and I just like to have a little bit more clarification on it, on ADUs. Okay.
You want that just to be a personal discussion, you and planning? Is that what you're
Yeah, I
asking
think,
for?
yeah, that's what I'm asking for, because I think there's some issues here, them reading the law and stuff. It just doesn't make any sense to me, because especially when you're talking about efficiency. So what is efficiency? So.
Understood. Yeah, Rob Peters, Deputy Director, so we can certainly follow up with you on those items. I would add that anytime we're going to bring a change to an ordinance, we bring a resolution of intent that gives you the ability to provide us direction on the things you'd like us to look at as we move forward. And I know that, we recently we were talking about legislative changes, we did recently update our second dwelling unit ordinance to convert it to an accessory dwelling unit ordinance to be consistent with state law. And, that's a continuously changing sort of legislation. So there will likely be additional ADU updates to our ordinance. And we certainly would bring that forward in a resolution of intent, and then make clear that we want to understand those topics, but we can reach out to you on those.
But it says in here that no local agency or cannot change. Hang on a minute. Let me read this to you here. Hang on. I'm going to just
What
clarification
document are you reading?
Hang on a minute.
Just so we all know.
Yeah, that's when, hang on. I got so much stuff here on this phone. Sorry about that. All right. People of the state of California in Nacogdoches Falls, section deal that was passed by the governor on ADUs. And basically what I'm no other ordinance, policy, or regulation shall be the basis for delay or denial of building permit or use of permit under subdivision. A local agency may amend its zoning ordinance or general plan to incorporate the policies, procedures, and other provisions applicable for the creation of accessory dwelling unit in these provisions constant. And then it says, okay, shall not establish an ordinance any of the following, and then it goes into the minimum square footage and stuff. So I just like some more clarification on it, if you'd like.
Just for clarity, Rob, we already have an ADU second dwelling ordinance right now, right? An ordinance that lays out, and my recollection is the county actually has larger square footage. We have 1,600 square feet, up to 1,600 square feet for an ADU.
Yep.
Where the state was at 1,200. So we already have an ordinance. This
Okay.
number 4 here on our plan was to get some pre-approved plans out there to help our residents who say, hey, I want to do an ADU, but I don't know how to start. And so we were going to have pre-approved plans that have already been through the process, everybody be good with. So if they actually built one of those, it would be faster for them to get it done. That was my
It's a
understanding.
streamlining
That's the
activity.
intent of that
Pre-approved.
project.
Yeah,
Right.
I totally understand.
So our ordinance is already there, but I mean, it'd be great to walk through with
Right,
staff to
exactly.
understand what's already there. But we just want these pre-approved plans to help folks get through it faster, basically, right?
Yep.
So, which you and I actually kind of saw a little bit of that in Plumas County the other day. We were on a field trip and they have some pre-approved plans for using CLT, which is compressed.
Right, and the
I
thing
don't
is
know.
all fireproof is what they are,
Yeah.
these new buildings and stuff. So it's actually a good thing, is what they're doing.
So having pre-approved plans is
Right,
helpful.
and they
to
have 3
streamline.
designs is what they do.
So, okay, there we go. I just want to make sure. I'm like, wait, whoa, we're not touching the ordinance
Yeah.
at this moment.
I would just like to add, just on the topic for those who might be listening, there also is a guidebook that the Housing and Community Development Agency of the state puts out, and it tries to bring sort of the interpretations or the way to use those policies. And like any other state policy, of course, we can't be more restrictive, but we do have to implement the state policies.
Yeah, that's what I was wanting, some clarification. So
Okay.
So I also need some clarification. We've had a request to direct staff to rezone Mr. Dixon's 2 parcels, as I understand it, to make it consistent with the single family residential construction as opposed to multifamily. And I'm reflecting back on what happened in Cameron Park when we had approvals up there. And I think the board said, no, we made a mistake when we did the ZOU in that particular area. And we gave direction to go ahead and change that zoning, which I think everybody was finally convinced that was probably the right thing to do. And I think it was a multifamily single family. So is it that simple that all the board has to do is provide direction here, or is there a larger hearing process? My concern is always fairness, equity, because I'm guessing there's other people who have a similar situation and maybe they voiced their concern and maybe they haven't. But do we deal with it as a project by project basis? Is that the best way to deal with it? As opposed to trying to do it as a composite revision to, correct some things that with the best planning available at the time, we're done with good intent. But when reality sets in, you really look at it after the fact, it just doesn't seem to be appropriate. So is it something we can simply direct, or is it something because of other concerns of other people that we would have to take to a bigger process?
So I'm going to interject really quickly
Sure.
here. There is a staff recommendation.
Right?
And it lays out
Yep. I read all that.
Okay.
Reasons why.
But
And
we had a request. I'm just trying to understand if it's that easy.
well, okay, so I've been put in the very uncomfortable position of, I talked to Supervisor Thomas about this situation. And unfortunately, she couldn't be here today.
Right.
So she sent me her notes and her concerns before she hopped on an airplane last night. And there's a lot of concerns around this project.
Okay.
And how this unfolded. And I get what you're saying, Brian. Lupu was a horrible process. I was a member of the public at the time challenging it. And I felt at that time that staff and the board were not listening, quite honestly. So nothing new, everybody knows that. I was here, part of a bigger group. The problem is Supervisor Thomas worked with Mr. Dixon and staff and came up with the options that were laid out in this memo. There are options for him. And she points out, she's very concerned. I have her notes here. She told me I could read them. Here's one of her questions. Why is staff taking direction from a previous supervisor as the current sitting supervisor had already met on this issue multiple times and had provided staff with her direction? So I think we have a problem here is that in Supervisor Thomas's mind, this had been resolved, staff walked through it, Mr. Dixon was given options. And then it was pursued further without her knowledge or involvement. And she's the city and county supervisor. That's kind of concerning to me also. But it's clearly laid out in this document attachment here that he bought the property in 2018. That was long afterward. And we just had another situation where somebody bought property and they didn't seem to know what they bought. That's not on us to fix that.
No.
It's just not. He has options. They're clearly laid on here. I don't think that we should put this on our work plan. And I can say here, I'm quoting Supervisor Thomas again. She's asking us not to add this to our priority work plan because it is already quite full. And these are priorities that the board's been working on for quite some time. And she does not think that we should add something that's already been used a lot of staff time and the property owner has options. So those are her words. She asked me to share them with you. I wish she could have been here to do this herself. But so there we are. So I'm gonna ask the board not to add this to the work plan. The property owner has options. Bought it, you know, and I hate this kind of stuff, you guys, I truly do, but buyer beware. The buyer needs to know what they're getting into when they buy property. So I don't think that we want to start down this path because we've had other people say, well, I bought this property and now I don't know what to do with it or whatever. And the county should not be responsible for the cost of the rezone or the burden of that. That's on the property owner. So we've got to be careful. We're not setting a precedent here too. I don't know what else to say at this point, but I don't think that we should add it to the work plan. I think we should respect Supervisor Thomas's work on this issue and her request not to add it. And like I said, I wish she could be here herself. It would come better from her, not me. So there we are.
Okay. Thank you for that input.
Okay.
Understand that?
So if there's no more discussion, is there any further discussion on the work plan?
I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay, I will move that well, we already did that. We did that. We had a good conversation. Did anybody make any changes really?
I didn't hear any.
I didn't hear any
Unless staff
either.
did I missed it?
Just to be
So-
clear, some follow-up items.
Follow
Yeah.
up, sure, but
right.
no changes to the plan itself. So I move that the board endorse this work plan as presented. And you took good notes and you know our follow-up on it. That good enough direction? Just we're endorsing it because we don't actually adopt it. We just endorse it is what this
Right.
says.
I think that's the appropriate wording. County council has reviewed that and he's nodding yes. So.
Okay.
So I think we're okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. And thank you, staff, for all the hard work and going in this. You have your mission ahead of you. You've got a lot of work to do, so just keep it going.
Thank you very much. Get used to seeing us.
Yes, okay, I like that. So at this point, I'm gonna look at the CAO, and I'm guessing we want to go to department matters. Do we want to do them in any specific order? We do number one.
Well, I'm a little concerned about the timing there. So the item 1 is scheduled for an hour. We are at 11:44 and we have a 1 o'clock time certain. So we
Right.
just kind of like the board to discuss that.
Right.
So I guess the real question is, do we think that the number 1 is going to take a full hour? And I'm guessing it is.
Yeah.
Is it
So-
Kyle?
Can we do number 2?
You can go.
Economic
Did everybody already read this stuff? If you already
Yes.
read it, then you have any
Yes.
questions or
Yeah, I
anything,
know.
try and go fast.
So I'm more than willing to go into 12:30 or beyond, if we need to, and we can delay the 1 o'clock
Well,
application if we can
and
get
if we
this
can't
done.
finish it, we could always
We can continue
pause
until
and
later in the
trail it
afternoon.
if
And
we
then
had
come
to,
back after
but
lunch or something,
try,
right?
if we can try and get it done, it'd be great. Everybody's here.
Or do you think, never mind, okay.
I'm good for
Try
trying,
it.
so.
Okay, as long as the board doesn't ask any questions, I think we could do it.
All right.
All right, so Kim, if you would read
The
Department matter
supervisor
number
lane
1,
is
please.
so wise.
Item number 1 comes from Planning and Building Department, Economic Development Division, recommending the board consider the following. 1, receive and file a presentation prepared by Economic Development staff and the Coloma Lotus Business Council on the Coloma Lotus Economic Impact Study that was conducted in 2022, and 2, provide direction to staff on future geographic areas to conduct similar economic impact studies.
just teasing.
Thanks, Kim. Kyle Zimlin, Economic Development Manager. Today I'm excited to present our long-awaited economic impact report on the Coloma Lotus region. Just a quick history and why this report is in front of your board today. Our department and others have been tasked with doing economic impact reports in the past. Studies have been done on Apple Hill and the Rubicon, and these studies have provided and gave previous boards valuable data to analyze on how to possibly invest or plan for the future in these areas. Before we delve into the report, I have to acknowledge the challenges we faced due to the pandemic, which caused delays in this report. You'll see some older dates on this, but I think the stats still hold up today. And despite these obstacles, our team persevered, working more in-house to complete the report. And in the past, we relied solely on consultants to conduct these studies, and they proved to be a lot more costly and often too wide-reaching on some of the data that was brought back. And before that, we received direction before the Columbus Lotus report, the board added staff to economic development, and that's that we try to do more in-house. So with this, to that end, we reduced the budget for our report drastically. We ended up contracting with the Coloma Lotus Business Council with Howard Penn here today to survey and collect the data. And we also utilized our existing partnership with John Kruger, who's here as well, to help bring a third-party perspective on the report results and kind of the data that we present. Our objective was to assess the economic significance of the Coloma Lotus region by surveying tourists, businesses, and residents. Through extensive research and data analysis, we have compiled an in-depth evaluation of the region's economic landscape. The report highlights industry growth, employment trends, tourism, and overall business and development. By engaging with local stakeholders and utilizing their insights, we have produced a comprehensive analysis that reflects the region's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and some threats. Furthermore, we surveyed the tourists, businesses, and residents to gain a holistic perspective of the Coloma Lotus economy. Their input has helped us to understand the dynamics of the region, enabling us to provide valuable insights for decision makers like your board, businesses, and community members. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Howard Penn to go over some of the results from the report.
Good morning. Good morning.
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 Yeah.
I'm Howard
Morning.
Penn, I'm president of Coloma Lotus Business Council. Thank you so much for having us today and squeezing us in here before lunch. So I'll make this quick. And thank you to a previous board for supporting this. This has been a project that, as Kyle said, has been going on for a little while. Some of that due to COVID, most of it due to COVID. But I'm really glad to have finished this and put this in front of you. Just a little side note for a couple of the new supervisors I don't know as well. In a previous life, I did tourism consulting around the world, worked in 6 continents and 50 countries. And that's the reason why I moved to Coloma from San Francisco, was because of the outdoor recreation and the tourism up here. So doing what I do down there as a volunteer is very close to my heart, as is Coloma and this county. So thanks. So we'll get started. I'm not going to go through all these slides and the data because you've already looked at it, and that will save us a little bit of time. I'd rather answer your questions and kind of get into the things that you want to know about where this data came from and how we got it and what it means. But I do want to reiterate what Kyle said, that we really tried to get this report to just hone in on actual numbers. I've been in front of this board many times before with presentations similar to this. This is the first time we actually had some money and economic development department helping us on this. But previously it was just my volunteer time kind of giving updates to the board. And often in the past, we like to use those California tourism numbers, multipliers by X amount of dollars and so forth. And I've heard from you and your colleagues in the past, those are often sometimes hard to believe. And so I really just wanted to give you the raw data. And I got that raw data from the surveys, directly from business owners, and went out and interviewed and talked to a lot of the business owners and the tourists. So that's how we got this. So overall numbers, a little thing there in that $10,000 number, that's because of big events. So on the lower end is really where you're talking the vast majority of tourists that come in. It's approximately $100 to $200 per person per day. And that's a range, I know, but it's based on what they're doing and what type of activities. Are they hiring a rafting company? Are they just coming camping? Did they bring their own food? Did they eat at restaurants? So those are kind of the range. For an overnight guest, it's about $100 to $200 a night. That $10,000 number was from people we interviewed that were doing big events like weddings. And so it kind of threw the numbers out of scale there. So that's on the high end. $100,000 in local sales tax and TOT. You'll see those numbers in your charts, so I won't dig into those right now. And then, over the period of years, you're looking at $500,000 or so over multiple years. Now, of course, COVID years are kind of an anomaly. So all of my interviews and our surveys were done with the averages of 19, 18, and 19, and taking into account 20 and 21. But 20 and 21 were way outside of the margin of error anomalies. So we had to extrapolate with those. So really looking at a 4 to 5 year time period here, not just 1 or 2 years. Obvious, tourism recreation is our big driver, and that all of us, businesses, tourists, and residents are part of this ecosystem. Obvious, this is tourism. Friends and family is the #1 referral, and then on down the line on what you need to do. We find most of our marketing efforts and energy spent in digital. That's where most of your influence on how people choose to spend their money comes nowadays. It's very obvious for all of us. I'm sure when you plan a trip, you go online to do that. This is a chart that shows you from the surveys of the visitors, what's important, what they come here for. If you add up the top 2 or 3, or even 5, it's all related to the river. Whether you're coming to the state park or the county park, you're going rafting, or what we call river recreation, people floating on the river or just hanging out and picnicking on the river, it's because of that river that people come. So your river management plan and the way that you manage the river for recreation as part of your Parks and Rec department is extremely important. Next slide. Okay, you're ready there. These are the stays. This is where we really want to focus. We really want to focus on getting people that come for the day to start spending the night. That's the easiest conversion in the tourism industry. You already got them there. Now get them to spend the night. Because as soon as they spend a night, they go from 40 or 50 bucks a day to 150 bucks a day times a family of 4. You can do the math. So that conversion is often the easiest and fastest way for us to drive more money, TOT, sales tax, all the other revenues that are part of that ecosystem. This is just a graph that shows you where people are coming from. The majority of our visitors come from California, but we get visitors from all over the world. So I don't remember what the percentage was there, but probably about 3/4, half to 3/4 of our tourists come from California, and then the other quarter comes from all over. Here's your revenues. This is actually from businesses. So over 20 million on Whitewater. I've asked Nate to come here. He's the representative of the South Fork Outfitters Association for the Whitewater Outfitters. Food service and camping. These are our 3 big revenue generators in the Valley. It is true in most tourism industries. These are conservative. I took numbers from the businesses that they were giving to me, looking at 2018, 19, 2020, and 21, and did what I've done for years in these type of ecosystems to put the numbers into actual, apply it to the industry. But you always have a little bit of error, and I always give the numbers that are at the bottom of the error. So that way you can extrapolate from there. Good years are going to be more than that. Bad years might be a little bit less. Here's your employee count. We always find this is really important. The tourism consulting I did in other countries, it was about generating jobs. And you know that stick, right? $1. When I used to own the Sierra Nevada house, the first year I operated it, I wrote, don't tell IRS, I wrote SNH on $20 bills. And I asked my bookkeeper to keep count of how many times those dollar bills came back through the cash register. Want to guess? 864 times in one summer. Those same dollar bills came back around over and over. Now, it may have been the same dollar bill, 800 something times from the same guides, but you know, that type of economic revenue that generates and stays in that ecosystem is huge. So that's where these dollars in payroll go. I think we're getting close here. Transient occupancy tax. This is what you as a county get. We generate, you know, a fair chunk, not a bulk like South Lake does. You know, you're the biggest, but for a small little community with a couple hundred residents, it's not bad.
Well, and I'm going to just interject that the goal to convert people from the day trips to the overnight.
This is
could
where it
help
is.
with that.
Yeah. Now, well, another
Yeah.
piece I was working with Kyle on. We have a lot of Airbnbs and VRBOs in town. We don't have any hotels. My Sierra Nevada house previously was the only hotel. Everything else was Airbnbs, VRBOs, or cabins, all the cabins and those type of lodging at the campgrounds. Your VRBO and your Airbnb money, you can't determine by zip code. So that does not include TOT tax from Airbnb and VRBO. We're on sales tax now, but the previous slide on TOT does not include Airbnb and VRBOs, and they're much more expensive. I have friends that own VRBOs that are $350 to $500 a night. So your TOT of that is going to be much higher than $140 or $200 tent cabin or a little lodge. So
When you say you have a lot, what is that number?
over 15 to 20.
Properties?
Yep. Yep.
And do you have any lodging properties?
Not anymore. Not since the Sierra Nevada house burned down.
Does
Well,
it
no. If you mean lodging like TOT tax lodging, yes, we have cabins. We have other lodging facilities that the campgrounds and other facilities run. And those are gone. They do pay TOT through the county. So that is tracked. And that's what that TOT number was from those lodging facilities. It's not tracking Airbnb and VRBOs.
Another question, do you have any clamping?
Yeah.
You've been doing a lot of that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we have a
that's
number
awesome.
of glamping type of structures now in the last decade or so.
Yeah,
Become
no,
very
that's a big
popular.
thing now, so.
Yeah, they don't charge, very interesting, on your TOT ordinance.
Mhm.
You don't charge unless it's considered a structure, you don't charge TOT on tent platforms. A platform with a canvas tent is not a lodge. That's glamping, right?
Right.
So there has been historical conversations about camping in TOT, was not put in it originally. So that's another conversation for another day. Sales tax, a little jump there. That's because of one particular business that moved into town that has a lot of retail sales. But typically our sales tax, not great. It's just like Apple Hill. I don't think we do a very good job of collecting it well. And I'd love to work with the county on educating my members on how to collect TOT, collect sales tax. It's not understood well. Let's just leave it at that. But I think we can work with you to do this better. And I think we're close. What's the next one? Property tax. Yeah, I wanted to throw this in here because commercial assessors call me all the time to help them do their assessments for commercial property in town. I do a lot of commercial investment, real estate type stuff. And the cost per residential dwelling unit is about $150,000 to $200,000 more in the Coloma Lotus Valley than either side of the valley for the same square foot because of the river. If you buy a house on the river, you're going to actually pay $300,000 to $400,000 more than you would for the same house off river. and you're going to pay $100,000 to $200,000 more for a house in the valley than if you went up to Garden Valley, Georgetown, or the other direction to Gold Hill. So it does do well on property taxes with a very small population. And there's bullet points on why we think that's important to invest in the Comalodus Valley. We don't need a lot. We're very independent. Everything we've done in the last 20 plus years that I've run the business council, we've done internally. But we're asking for a little bit of help so we can take it to the next level.
That was fast.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, that's good, Howard. Yeah, thanks.
I was going to introduce real fast. John Kruger was going to just say a couple words
Yeah,
too, because we had him involved
Okay.
with this process, if that's okay, just to bring a third party perspective to what we were working on.
Yeah, remind us who you are, John.
Yeah.
Because we don't see you a lot.
Oh, good afternoon. We just crossed, so I'm allowed to say good afternoon for those of you who don't know me, and I think I know a few of you, but I would be happy to provide any other introduction at probably another time if you're interested. But 20-year economic development veteran, both at statewide, business attraction, business retention, expansion, Arizona, California, also at the regional level. I was brought out here from Phoenix to help start the Greater Sacramento Economic Council. Fell in love with El Dorado County, moved into El Dorado County, and decided once I departed that there was no chance I would be leaving El Dorado County. So thrilled to have a longstanding relationship and contract with the county in economic development initiatives, implementation, long-term tracking. So it was great to be a part of this particular study. And really the ideology is making it extremely simple. How do we really define and numbers that you all can look at and say, this is clear cut, without talking about induced impacts or indirect impacts or in-plan multipliers or any of the really kind of harder, more esoteric economic kind of impact modeling. What are the clear dollars that we can say from the county come from Comalodus directly into the county? So that's the methodology that we took when we looked at this report, was clearly what are the 3 or 4 sets of dollars that we can clearly say we gain from the Comalodus that comes directly to the county. So we spent a lot of effort making sure that that was done right. The surveys, so I helped, my role was really in vetting the surveys, went through all of the survey reports, making sure that we weren't doing things like, using percentages incorrectly or making any really unclear economic multipliers to say that this was the county dollars were anything but directly collected by Comalodus and reported right back to the county. So that was my role, is to make sure that was simple dollars, simple reporting, so that we could clearly say what we could earn. Happy to answer any other questions, but just wanted to reiterate and introduce myself as a longstanding contractor with the El Dorado County on the economic development front, and to say that localized dollars collected and respent locally have a really phenomenal track record of gaining more dollars. So by that I mean, if you were to spend money locally with the idea of increasing local dollar collection back to the county, those kinds of money spent are usually very, very effective. I'm collecting dollars locally, it goes back to the county gives it local spend. That local spend increases the amount of dollars that are collected locally to give back. You usually have an ROI of $1, $2, $3 to 1 for every dollar spent trying to raise more money in that community. So what Howard has talked about, sort of that digital marketing, digital capabilities, and increasing those from day trippers to overnight stays would be extremely beneficial to back to the county.
So John, I do have a question.
Sure.
The property tax one says gross property tax, which to me means that's the total going to the county, which the county is going to get like 23%. So I can factor that in if that's the way this chart was presented.
That was a question that we had before. Was this just the county collection, or was this the total?
It's the total for those zip codes. So yeah, that's
Property
correct.
tax.
Yeah.
On the sales tax, is it strictly the county or is it at the state
So
level?
that's still out. I have that question that still, and I'm trying to get clarification, but I believe it is the net. I don't know if Joe is online with us today, but I believe it is the county portion, but
Net
I'm
to
not.
the county. So there's difference between
Right.
property tax and the
Yeah,
sales
yeah,
tax.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because they come from different sources, unfortunately,
Yeah,
the way that they're gathered.
And I think the most important thing to take away is that we didn't want to stretch how we reported dollars coming into the county. So we really wanted it to be, and there are going to be, when we looked at businesses, you can look at the survey results. There were a lot of these businesses that were, ancillary services to support the people who are living there, who support the tourism dollars that are collected by the county. So there is a nice multiplier. There are people who do professional and business services in Coloma Lotus that support the residences, whether they're vendors or partners at restaurants or, whitewater rafting vendors that supply to them. So there is a series of kind of multipliers, but we didn't want to get into this. We wanted to be in this report very clear, but we think, as Howard mentioned, we know we were very clear that we were not stretching how we were reporting dollars back to this. We weren't doing any kind of multipliers. We weren't doing induced or indirect impacts to the county. We were doing direct impacts only. But there are clearly, we can, ideologically, we can understand when you spend $1, Howard said his example with his dollar bill, when you spend $1, we know that dollar gets spent around the community until it has to leave the community to be purchase something that can't be found locally. So there are a lot of those multipliers that happen in Coloma Lotus, but we didn't want to stretch how we were reporting dollars into the county. We want to be really clear. Here's the gain. Here's what we were, suggesting we spend back in here locally that we can use to create more dollars to the county.
Final question for you. Do we understand the 2018 sales tax numbers, which are $17,000 versus what we saw in 2021, which is 52,000?
Yeah.
That's a huge step. So we're doing something differently there. Are we collecting more sales tax?
So
are there more facilities for people to purchase things?
Yeah, there's one answer to that one.
Yeah.
And that is kind of clearly an economic development initiative around how do we attract the right types of businesses that have an impact on our community.
Okay.
That is one business that created a point of sale in the community. So when you have a new point of sale that comes to your community, you can see exactly what happens to sales tax collections.
Right.
So you can kind of look at that across your entire county and say, when we have additional, that is one new business to the area that created one new point of sale. And that one point of sale allowed the collections to increase that dramatically from one year to the next year, only because that one business had additional point of sale created in the Coloma Lotus region. So when you look at economic impacts, that is something you want to do. When you look at a business and say, is this a business we want? Well, it creates a point of sale. When it creates a point of sale, that is immediately a direct impact to your community.
So if we're focusing to the future, what we want to do, we'd look for point of sales, adding point of sales, we'd look at lodging, not necessarily immediately in the area, but connected lodging with some kind of a discount with a tour program or something. Is that where we're going with this? Because I can see, wine tasting, once people get here and they decide to spend the night, they'll want to do other things.
Right. That's exactly right.
But how do you get them to stay in a nice accommodation when they're not up to camping or glamping that's close enough that they get a package deal?
Right. That's another great point that we did with this report. We didn't go outside the zip codes and say, here's what an overnight stay, because it's outside of Coloma Lotus. So that was something that was really clear what we did, where we could have said, well, these people who with overnight stays, they're in these zip codes now. So we should be able to pull a portion of the TOT and sales tax from these older areas.
Yep.
We clearly did not do that. We wanted to say this is local spend, local collection, local impact. But yes, when you go to increase that, and it's digital marketing capabilities, Howard touched on that a little bit, when you can convert that, and he mentioned, the easiest conversion you can get is somebody who's already spending the day, who then spends the night. Ideally, that could be as local as possible. And that's what I think some of these marketing information would do, is digital marketing, stay the night. Here's where you can, here's how close that is. Would it be a collaboration across outside Coloma Lotus and inside Coloma Lotus? It would have to be, at least to start. Then you kind of get more and more overnight stays who want to stay closer and closer to where they're going to be spending their time. Then it may increase lodging. VRBOs may increase Airbnbs, may actually create to the point where someone actually has overnight lodging in something more formalized inside Coloma Lotus. But for now, it would do documentation for, outreach to get people to stay as close as they possibly can, which right now would be, maybe predominantly outside the area. So there are far reaching economic impacts than just what we've reported, because we know they're spending money other places. We know they're not spending all of their dollars in Coloma Lotus, but that's what we wanted to focus reporting on.
Excellent. Thank you. Other questions or comments?
Yeah,
John Love's here.
Yeah, I just want to say, our family goes a lot of history there, because the Temperance Hotel used to belong to my family.
Yeah.
If you remember that, in Lotus Store. So there's a lot of family history there. One of the things that I wanted to talk about, because I visited a place that was in Grand Island, Nebraska. And they have the same kind of thing. They have a museum and the history and stuff, but they have these places where they have a Tasbury shop and, a blacksmith shop and all this stuff that people are already doing, but they sell their stuff too, that they make in like woodworking, and it's all goes back to the old days, in the 1800s. So is that where we could actually promote that, to promote more tourism?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of capabilities. And I think that's exactly what Howard, go ahead, Howard. I think you
Go ahead, Howard.
No, absolutely. The state park has a little bit of that right now, where their blacksmith shop will make stuff and sell it in the visitors museum. But you're absolutely right. We don't have the point of sale retail ecosystem down there that we could. I'm working hard to change that. A nonprofit that I run in town just bought back the Sierra Nevada House property.
Okay.
And we're going to start looking at bringing some farmers markets, some arts and crafts fairs and things like that we can do just in time pop-up type of retail. So yes.
Yeah, the one in Grand Island, 3,000 visitors per day. It's unbelievable.
We don't want that.
So in terms of numbers,
But anyway,
Supervisor Parlin asked me this.
Lord.
The Coloma Lotus Valley, and we didn't put this number in here because this is not hard numbers, and John kept me very focused. But extrapolating from all the different data points, the state park, Hennessy Lotus Park, Cronin Ranch, Magnolia Ranch, that's BLM, and then user numbers on the river that we track as a county, whitewater rafting. We count actually that class 2 section now. You put all of those together with a little bit of overlap that you have to extract out. You're talking about 750,000 to 900,000 tourists every year come through that valley.
Okay.
So it's a big thoroughfare, so to say.
Okay.
So our big point when looking at all those dollars is how can we spend local dollars that would be directed to marketing, digital campaigns that would allow those people to capture more dollars out of those 900,000 visitors that are already coming through than we already get.
Yeah.
And that's where you can clearly see in most cases, local placemaking is what I call ordinances like this, where you have a local spend to try to increase local dollars collected by a larger community, whether it's a city or a county. That would allow them to be able to really focus on how do we convert day trip to overnight. How do we get more product in here that will create point of sales tax increases, DOT increases, and then property tax increases as the value of the region increases.
Okay. Very good. Very good.
So I have a couple
Good.
just quick questions. Well, first of all, coming from the basin, be careful what you ask for.
What George was asking. Be careful about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But I think it's, I have a bit of an issue, but I don't have a great understanding either. So I'm going to try to be careful about how I say this. But the fact that 20% of the TOT collected supports the Economic Development Department. And one of my concerns is that that's just ongoing, kind of unchecked. And my other concern is the dollars that are available for, say, impacts on tourism are now not allowed to be staffed. They have to be one-time kind of purchases. So it's a inconsistency there that I just throw out there for another time. With regards to this PowerPoint presentation and also the report that came out, if you don't understand the data, then you go down the wrong path. And there's the very first slide talks about the visitor stay, the average dollars spent. And it says generating 100,000 in local sales tax and TOT revenues. And that number, just TOT is 140,000.
Yeah, it needs to be, it was supposed to read in sales tax and then comma, and TOT is like another portion of that. So that was a confusing bullet point. I apologize.
Okay, well, and sales tax was only 52,000.
It was the
combined number should be 200,000.
Say through to.
Yep,
Yeah,
or
through
192.
I apologize that,
That's okay. And then same is true for the last sentence where it says, and 500,000 from the period of 2017 to 2022. But really the 500,000 was just TOT. And then it was an additional 121,000 from sales tax. So if we're not extracting the right data points, why are we doing these? But I think there's value to what you have here, but it just looks like it was rushed or.
No, it was just a poorly written bullet point on that. That's my fault.
And then on the rafting, which is really where your bread and butter is, according to the data, Is sales tax applicable to rafting? No.
So sales tax, it's only collected on, and, sure, sorry. Sales tax on a rafting trip is only collected if they're including food or other retail
Right.
items, and it's packaged into that scenario. So that's one of the areas that I think we need to work with the rafting outfitters to maybe do a better job of collecting and tracking that.
Right. And then you also mentioned that the transient occupancy tax relative to campgrounds, you gave, it sounded like it wasn't, well, it sounds like you can't charge for a tent, but you can charge for an RV that
So-
hooks up, or is it a cabin?
Yep, just a cabin.
Just the cabin.
So the interpretation of TOT, I'll leave to the attorney over here, but a cabin that's a physical structure can have TOT charged to it. A tent, a campground, an RV, a tent platform, that does not include TOT. So
I was going to mention, do we have Jennifer Stebbins from the tax collector's office on if
Oh,
any, if
excellent.
any TOT related questions specifically? I don't know.
Thank you. I'll let the experts take over.
Okay, thanks.
Jennifer Stebbins, Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. Howard is correct. Homes, hosted rentals, cabins in an RV park, but tents and RVs are not taxed. There is a long history. I think there is a county council opinion about it. And we've tried to push the other way, and I think there was a lot of pushback from the campgrounds.
And so back to the campgrounds, because there again, that's a high data point for you as well, that's where 30% of people are who do stay the night stay. So are those state run, or who runs those?
No, so like up in South Lake Tahoe, the Thousand Trails is a private campground.
Right.
We do not tax Jenkinson because it's a trying to think of the word. It's a utility district. And so, and there are no hard structures at Jenkinson. It's only tenting and RV parks. So a private campground like the KOA in Placerville, the Thousand Trails, if they have a structure, we tax them. For the RVs and the tents, it is not per the ordinance.
So I'm gonna interject here, Supervisor Lane, if I could. That is something that Howard and I have talked about prior to me even getting in office. There's been conversations over the years about changing the ordinance to maybe include campgrounds somehow, but that's a conversation that we need to have more in a partnership type of conversation with perhaps the, Coloma Lotus Business Council leading the way if we wanted to do it specifically in the Coloma Lotus Valley versus doing it countywide to start off. But they need to also feel that that there's going to be some benefit back. So it's that give and take that we constantly struggle with. And I think that there's a potential for some conversations. We just haven't had them yet. So I agree wholeheartely. You bring up a really good point about the campgrounds. It's a conversation we've been having as long as I can remember.
Well, the board's
So,
had those conversations too. It's not a new topic.
yeah,
It's just-
but it's how you go about it,
Yeah.
quite honestly. And again, I think that if we did it in partnership, perhaps, specifically talking about Coloma Lotus, because they do have so many campgrounds there, that could be a place to start. And then just throwing it out there up there by Ice House and stuff, or the Forest Service, we've been having those conversations separately because that's more related to the Forest Service and SMED. There's a lot of conversations about generating income for the county because we're the ones that have the burden of the roads and all of that. So it gets a little complicated, but I think if we do it together in a meaningful way where everybody can see the benefit, we might get somewhere. I don't know. We're all trying to just get over COVID, quite honestly, and here we are. So we get to have some conversations.
Well, and then just in closing, the conclusion of the report is basically a summary of the report. So what are you wanting to do? Where are you going? What's the plan?
So I'll carry that. And I'm gonna be totally honest with you. When you said that this felt a little rush, pulling it together was rush, and I'll tell you why. we've been working on this. We started in 2019 with the board direction, and then we got things kind of going. And then of course, COVID hit.
Right.
I appreciate how Howard did a boots on the ground data collection. So it's like that real hands-on data. He also has the business council, which has the trust of the business community. So he collected real data from them, pulled it all together though, so that nobody feels identified. And so because of that, and because we're doing budget right now, it was on me. I pushed hard for Kyle and Howard to get this done for today, because we're having our budget conversation this afternoon. And I didn't want them to get left out of it another year, because this has been going on so long. And I did try to, and I probably didn't do it very well, in our April 18th recommended budget conversation. I mentioned that this process was in the works. And I was concerned then that we wouldn't get in on time, but I tried to give you guys a heads up this was coming. So the data part, as far as the survey and stuff, that's really easy to read through. And I actually enjoyed reading through some of the comments and where people were coming from and their thoughts on, the school trip was obviously going on at this time. You could just see all of this going on through the data. But the presentation itself, I did kind of rush them, just, and I did bring up that one, Kyle, though, that one bullet point that I asked him to fix, but it was already posted to Legistar, unfortunately. So that's on me. And therefore you bring up the point of the conclusion, and I did get that wrapped up just yesterday. There's an ask here to go with all of this, and I don't think you guys are surprised. The goal is to convert those day trips to overnight stays, which generates more spending, more TOT, all of it. So the ask, I did reach out to Howard yesterday and I said, well, so what's your ask? Because the board's going to have this question. So he's proposing a $25,000 ask out of TOT to do exactly that, to try to use the online promotions and marketing to convert those day trips to, overnight stays, which generates more revenue, just generally speaking. So with that, I was going to ask if the board would give direction to staff to consider that $25,000 request in the adopted budget once we see that, when the books are closed and all of that. So, and I know that things are kind of tight. I will say, and the item itself actually asks us to provide direction to staff on future geographic areas, because when we started this in 2019, that was our thought back then, was to start looking at all the different revenue generating areas in the county. And unfortunately, we got sidetracked completely, which the whole world did, by COVID. I think in my mind, we're trying to get back on track and either decide what's the next geographic area, or tell Econ Dev that we want a countywide assessment to really try to figure out what's going on. I can say back in 2019, Supervisor Frenson at the time, she really wanted us to do a countywide one, and we just weren't up for it at that time. But now that I see all the push and pull on our TOT requests, I'm wondering if it would be wiser to go that route. So, and that's an option in our direction today too. It's something that the board's going to have to kind of wrestle with, I think, today to give that direction. But the ask is for a $25,000 TOT allocation.
And how did we come up with $25,000?
Promotions and digital online marketing, 10,000. Social media and content development, another 10,000, and visitor center and Whitewater Museum development, 5,000. And that was just in a conversation yesterday, and we could fill that out better in an agreement, because an agreement would have to be created when we do these allocations. There has to be an agreement of what would be provided, so that could be firmed up in that. But the bottom line is to get those, as the chambers always say, the heads and beds. That's where we get our revenue.
So I'm feeling a little uncomfortable because this goes beyond the information that's in Legistar, and we're kind of doing this stuff, in real time. So is the ask relative to the budget hearing, which is this afternoon, to appropriate there, or is it to add something on here that I don't read in this agenda to direct staff to consider funding? Where do you see that separation?
I will put it wherever I am advised to today,
Seems to me
but
like more a
yeah.
budget matter for this afternoon. And it's kind of a heads up here. and,
Yes.
um,
And like I said, that was unfortunately just timing with everything. I really pushed staff and I appreciate you getting it all pulled together, Kyle, with Howard and John Kruger, our consultant, to get this to you guys this morning so we could have a conversation. And I can definitely get that direction if you'd like in our conversation this afternoon, not a problem. But then the bigger question is, we actually do have on this agenda item, looking for direction on where do we want to go next on econ dev as a whole with
Right.
our studies. That's a bigger question. I don't know if you
You want
guys
to get
have
public
thoughts.
input before we do that, or do you want to do it now?
There's not a whole lot of people that look interested, but yeah, we can get public comment.
I'd
I guess,
rather take
quickly,
public input
yeah.
if you're okay with that. Let's hear
Yeah.
what the public has to say, and then we can have that bigger discussion.
Okay.
So, all right.
Now taking public comment on item number 1. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Hi, supervisors. My name is Nate Rangel. I'm coming to you as the outfitter representative on our Colonial Advisory Committee, and we also have a newly formed association of outfitters on the American Rivers. It's called American River Outfitter Association. We in the past had worked through another organization that I headed that was an unincorporated trade association. This one is now a 501c6, and they've actually hired me to do what I did for free for the last 40 years. So, because I'm retired as an outfitter. I just wanted to thank Howard and the county for the support that you provided to Columbus Business Council. I think what you got was a great, well, I think it's representative of what we have going on down there. And I think it was done at a really great budget price, frankly. That's about it. I just want to point out, I just emphasize what Howard said. The river is what drives the economy of the Coloma Lotus Valley. And that's true in little towns all over California. It's river recreation is the engine that drives those economies. And certainly that's the case in the Coloma Lotus Valley. And I also want to mention that some of the things that I'm hearing that we're going to invest in, I think are important. My industry, we work with a lot of other tourism industries in the community. Certainly we work with lodging in other parts of the county. We work with the winery industry. We have a couple of companies, including my former company, that have been running trips where we take people wine tasting and then we take them rafting the next day. Those are overnight trips, so that kind of keeps them in there. So it's getting more sophisticated. And I just want to emphasize the importance of us continuing to support the tourism industries in our community, both in the Valley and elsewhere. And other than that, I just want to thank you for your time. In particular, Supervisors Lane and Turnbull. I've never had the opportunity to speak in front of you, and it's good to see you, and I appreciate all of your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Nate.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Gina Posey.
Good afternoon, supervisors. First time I'm calling in via phone. I hope you can hear me.
You're coming through fine, Gina. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm calling in to ask that the next area for consideration for an economic impact study be the Cameron Park Shingle Springs area. This area has generated more than 2.5 million in transit occupancy tax over the last 4 years from its 2 hotels and its many Airbnb properties. The Shingle Spring Cameron Park Chamber of Commerce continues to work hard to expand its presence and is currently awaiting the board's decision on providing it $37,500 in TLT funding to the chamber in September. By choosing Shingle Springs Cameron Park, it will leverage the work begun last year within the Economic Development Department via CDAC to research this area when it provided an intern that spent 4 months consolidating the many reports and information and produced a draft that extensively detailed the area at a high level. The next work needed is a deeper dive by talking with the stakeholders, businesses and residents to gather their input. While the areas share a zip code, each has its own distinctive personality. Both have a number of activities for tourists. In Cameron Park, you have the Welcome Center with its sign on Highway 50, beckoning visitors to stop in for tourism information. The airport, which includes the many events held there, such as Thunder in the Park in early June, and of course, Cameron Park Lake. And in Shingle Springs, there are many ranch marketing activities to be explored and enjoyed. Additionally, there are new recently opened tourist attractions, including a number of microbreweries in the area and the recently opened Moonraker Brewery that is busy all day, every day. And there have also been a number of new quaint shops that offer their interesting wares for purchase. This area needs and deserves a focused review to measure its existing tourism offerings and understand how to invest and plan to promote these further. As Cameron Park Shingle Springs continues to expand its vision, and with the support of this board, by choosing this area as the county's next area for an economic impact study, this important work can continue. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Gina.
There's no additional public comment.
So I'm gonna look to Kyle and ask a question. How involved have our chambers been in these discussions? Because I look at them as an integral part of promoting these things and determining where we should establish priorities. Not that they establish them, but I want to make sure we get their input and it's fair and equitable, and these things get looked at from the total perspective of what we're trying to accomplish with Econ Dev.
Yeah, so I know, I mean, with El Dorado Hills, we have representation down there where Debbie would like to see done, and
right.
Whereas Laurel with El Dorado County Chamber represents more of the entire county. They've been involved with the Visitors Authority that knows, these areas, and this was more of like a one-off. These impact reports we've been working with the Colonial Lowe's Business Council on this one and a consultant on the last one, but we do confer with them to make sure that these areas are worth looking at. And I think, the county-wide one it is something to consider, just because there has been work done in these different areas, and we can combine the work that's previously been done with work for regions that maybe haven't been analyzed in the same area. I would love to bring, the Tahoe Chamber, the El Dorado Hills Chamber, and the El Dorado County Chamber in on that effort, where we're doing a lot of this, more of this in-house. We could utilize our funding agreements we have with them to help us gather some of that data and intel, which might be cleaner. But yeah, they will definitely be involved if we do the wider one, and have been involved in these efforts thus far.
I think the Visitor Authority with the chambers put out there, I think it's a good thing to look into. So.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure we don't do these piecemeal, that we need to be looking at the full picture. I support in general the total county look, but I know every community is going to be looking at it differently. Some communities don't want more tourism and traffic and all those kinds of things. And if we don't kind of break it into localized areas in that discussion, if we just try to do a broad brush across the whole county, I'm a little concerned we might end up with the wrong kind of answers that aren't community supported.
Right. It's not an apples for apples thing for each region, which is tough.
So I'm wondering if it might be wise to, as far as what areas next to study, to hold off on that decision until we get CDAC analyzed and rebuilt. However it ends up, I have no idea how it's going to end up, but perhaps that would lend itself to our next steps of looking at the county as a whole and finding those areas that are generating, areas that have potential to generate and need some assistance. I mean, everybody's in a different place. And that might be the better way to go, is let that CDAC reorg finalize and get done, and then we can get some recommendations and really thoughtful from, I'm hoping, a working group of some kind, or experts, whatever it's going to be, on the next steps. The one-offs are difficult, and and I know that in 2019, when we started this, we had said do Coloma Lotus. My recollection is we hesitated on the countywide. We thought that was too big a lift, but I think we said El Dorado Hills was supposed to be the next one. So if that's not really the way we want to go with these little one-offs, I'm more supportive of a countywide look, but I think that we want to get that CDEC rebuilt and reorged and use that group to guide us.
Yeah, where is that at? They haven't met once yet, from what I
We've
understand.
met with the ad hoc committee and then we are setting up meetings with the chair and vice chair of CDAC. So Supervisor Turnbull and Heidel, and with the strategic plan stuff going on countywide too,
Yeah,
which
there's
we
a
are trying to
lot.
tie a lot of our efforts towards very specific things in the current strategic plan. With that, maybe morphing or changing or whatever it is, we're trying to align our efforts with what the strategic plan is going to be for
That's a good
the
point.
economic development.
So I was going to report next time we have to and froms as to where we
Right.
had, because we had a
Yeah.
conversation, we're talking about 2 different meetings, short order, to try to get that rolling and moving. But we, in talking with Kyle, we defined kind of a path forward. He was going to talk with Karen and make sure that that was appropriate, but I was going to report that to the froms.
So does the board feel that that might be a better way to approach this, is to delay this direction until CDAC's reformed, our strategic plan is in place, we kind of have an idea of where we're going economically, and then bring this conversation about the direction maybe back after that? Does that make more sense? Instead of us just keep guessing, maybe we need it to be more methodical and, countywide effort. I mean, that is why we took a look at CDAC, to see if we could get it to be more helpful to staff when determining our next steps in the county, I thought, so.
And I think the plan is to have a regional representation within CDAC. as well
I
as
agree
this.
with you. I just didn't want to postpone something that we should be taking action on to get it started, as opposed to waiting for the CDAC thing to gel and really get moving. Because in reality, by the time we get realignment, everybody clear with what the board's priorities are, how to work on what we're going to take on, we're probably talking 3 months or something. So we're way beyond a typical budget cycle, right? Even the final budget is
like 3
September.
months.
Maybe we could make it if we can do it in 3 months. But that would be the point at which I think we would address it with the final budget. If we think that we need to invest in economic development in some area based upon the CDAC inputs and stuff that have come across this study and others, we need to be real clear about how we make those investments, and which is the process. What is the process for doing this? Are we going to get into RFPs and other stuff? Or are we just going to go say, let's pick the best suited and move out on? And that's a timing issue. But again, fairness is part of it. So I agree with you. I think CDAC can play a key role in this, but we're just not there yet. I don't sense anything that's time urgent about trying to put monies into some of these things right now. If it happened in September.
No, that's my point. I think that we can give staff time to get all this figured out.
And I do plan on relying on our existing contracts with Mr. Kruger as well, because he can help with these efforts, and we already have him on contract for that stuff too. So
Yeah, and if we're going to continue these, whether they're the whole county, a big regional approach, or whether we're going to, take different communities and look at it, I don't think this is a great template. I don't think this is in particular a very good report, because it basically says, well, this is what we generate, and we want to grow tourism, and we're going to do it through social media. But you don't say how many tourists have even visited the area on an annual basis. Maybe you know that number, maybe you don't. You don't say what percentage, what are you trying to grow it to? Is there capacity in the campgrounds? A lot of really specific things need to come out of a report like this, and it's very vague. So I'd like to see a lot better use of the data so that we can make better decisions. Because and from that standpoint, the regional approach would be better, because we wouldn't be piecemealing it. But I just think this is, really, it's not, there's no measurables in here. I don't know if we achieved the goal. If we get 2 more tourists next year, are we done? Did we grow tourism? So I just like to see some more specificity to it if we're going to continue to do this.
I think it's a question of scope, how was the project scoped and with the timing and the breakup and everything else. But I agree with you. It's always better if you've got a plan in front of you and here's the goals, here's the objectives, here's how we're going to measure, here's the investment required.
Right.
And then you can go along that path if authorized and really track the performance. So
Right.
ultimately, that's the way we'd like all of these to be done. But I think, this one was kind of a stretched process, which always ends differently than you intended.
Right.
Because it's kind of like, how do we get it to the point of
So
discussion?
I'm going to bring up a really sticky point here is that April 18th, the board asked that we look at funding money for the Shingle Springs Cameron Park Chamber with no report and no data. They just needed money to run their operations. So I'm concerned that that one was done without the same thought
Rigor,
here.
whatever.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe that's to our point that we aren't doing this in a unified way.
Well,
But-
being the newbie on the block for me,
Yeah.
it was that we support other chambers.
Yeah,
So there was a nexus there, and on that day, when we were supporting El Dorado County Chamber and
yeah.
and others, City of Placerville Chamber, and so for me, that was the nexus. This is a totally different, project that we're taking on.
So this is a business council would be comparable to a chamber. So if you wanted to go that route, then I would say this is comparable. And the board did direct the study so that we could come up with an amount to support. That was the goal back then. So I just think we need to be careful in how we look at these.
Mhm.
And if we're not going to do one, then I don't think we should do either. Or if we're going to do one, then we should do both. That just to me seems, we're talking about being fair in the process and all that. And one was board directed and the other hasn't been yet. So we just need to be careful that we don't step in things inadvertently.
Yeah.
And so does everyone agree though that our direction, at least for number 2, is to have Econ Dev come back to us with some,
Well, if it's going to be tied to CDAC, maybe we do it at that September date would be
with
the plan. So to Supervisor Lane's point, this was kind of like an impact. This wasn't really the plan for
Right.
going forward. So they're kind of two different things in our eyes. We had a super, detailed one with Apple Hill that had specific reasons that we did that report. And
right.
this one is more of like showing the impact of the region. So maybe we could have a plan for it. So getting maybe direction from the board on, what that would be in the future would be good
Yeah.
as well. But I think we could have a scope together by that September date for the countywide and specific regions that we'd want to look at.
So bring it back with the adopted budget is what you're saying?
We could do that.
CEO, I want to make sure you guys are good with that.
They're over talking.
I know. So would it be a good idea to ask Econ Dev to bring back the scope of what they recommend for the next steps in our economic studies, bring it back with our adopted budget conversation since it's related to
Or
budget?
just prior to. one of
Or
the
right
two.
before? What would you, we're trying to give them direction and it's hard when we have so many unknowns.
So if the intent is to bring back item 2 with further discussion and how we're going to look at the other geographic areas, and you intend to provide funding to do that, then yes, I think it would be appropriate to bring it
Or to
with,
consider funding. it.
consider
Yeah,
it,
to
right.
consider.
And a lot of that ends up
Um,
close of the books, but what's the fund balance?
Right.
All those things that play into, we have some money and maybe this is a good investment or we really don't and we can't at this point. So there's a lot of variables
Mm-hmm.
and undefined, but I think if we provide the direction for Econ Dev, and I prefer to have that discussion prior to our budget
Okay.
review. So I don't know what the meeting right before the budget review would be. But if you could give us an update on where you are, and obviously that would include the CDAC formation, direction to the CDAC, members, et cetera, then I think we have a pretty good idea. Is that something we want to put into a budget consideration? Because at that point in time, we'll know what our fund balances are and where we stand financially. And before we set the adopted budget final, basically, that we would have the ability to.
Do we have a
discuss it.
meeting date for that adopted budget meeting?
Yes.
What's that date? Because I'm looking at a calendar.
I should know off the top of my head.
I
but
know,
don't.
I'm surprised it's not tattooed on you.
Well, I'm also thinking about kind of how to focus this a little more. I mean, I'm getting a little nervous about the demands on our TOT. And if we continue to do these one-offs, so
Right.
perhaps when you bring this future discussion, part of that future discussion could be the board talking about how they want to distribute these TOT funds. And I'm concerned about overlap with our existing chamber contracts, and I'm concerned
Yep.
about, right? So there's,
Yeah, look at the whole
this
thing.
is,
Yep, I agree.
this
And
is
that's why I said what I said is either we do both of the little ones or we don't do any of the little ones until we have the bigger conversation. I just think that's the way it needs to go. Do you have a date then of when it is? Oh, because we said September or something.
We have
Here
the
comes
board calendar,
Emma.
which gives you that date, but I don't have it in front of me.
I know, I just have. It's September 19th. Okay, so then if we could have Econ Dev bring back an update for us, giving us direction, scope, potential costs, all of that on a countywide on the 12th, September 12th. I think that would be the meeting prior, lets us
That's-
gel on it.
So it says on the calendar, we have a meeting on the
And then
12th.
we can decide if it's too much to do this in this budget, upcoming, we won't. But we need to know those options. And this is something we've been trying to figure out for a long time, so it's not a new conversation.
No, but the one thing we know, the county needs more revenue streams or enhanced revenue streams. And we need to
Right.
make these decisions because again, if we don't make that investment this year, if there are monies available to do it with a 20% set aside and recognizing the TOT tax collection number is not finite yet, right? We're not finalized with that because we're not beyond the end of this month. So knowing what those numbers are, I think this will put us in a good position to say, yes, we've got a little bit of margin here and we can move forward with that. And here's the way we specifically want to apply it to try to get the best return on investment. We have to find the process as well. It's not just money, it's got to be the process.
Right.
What are the deliverables? What are the metrics we're going to measure against, right? Got to be a pretty refined and defined plan in terms of how we're going to do it with CDAC's participation. So if we can accomplish that by September 12th, I'm in full support of this. That puts the onus on you, Kyle, and your staff, I think, to pull it all together. So
And if you can't do it, you gotta give us an update and let us know because,
Right.
that's all. But this has been an ongoing conversation for as long as I can remember. So, but I think that the county, we would benefit from doing this study as a whole. And I do think it's a better way to go than the one-off path that we were headed down. I really do.
Yeah.
So if it's doable.
I would enjoy not having to do the one-offs.
Okay, very good.
I mean,
There you go.
all right, we got your input. That's good. So are
Be
you
nice
ready
to
to
look at
make
the
a
whole county.
formal motion? I'm not seeing any
I don't think that-
objections yet from county council.
Right.
So-
So that was board direction, not a motion. And then the other was receive and file.
Right.
And then
Which is done.
I will ask for board direction this afternoon when we do the, whatever we're doing this. I'm so tired. I can't even think. I need food.
Well, in the past, when we had board direction, you wanted to capture it in emotion, so the public knew what it all was. So
Will it not
you
be in
wanna
the
do that
meeting
now or not?
minutes?
So just so I understand what you're trying to do. So you're receiving in file. And then number two would be, you would be directing economic development to return to the board by September 12th, 2023 with direction, scope and potential costs for the next steps of the economic development study to consider funding.
I'm gonna make it a motion,
That
so
could
we
work.
follow the plan, but yeah, and unless you want to make it, I'll.
I don't care,
I'll
just
yield to
get her
you.
done.
My only
I made-
question is, did you want to include that the economic development study was for the entire county?
Well, I think that's what's going to come back in the scope.
I think we need to let CDAC talk about that.
Right.
Let
Yeah.
that
I agree with
evolve a
that.
little bit before we make that conclusion.
Yeah.
So I think we're fine.
Absolutely.
I think CDAC should be a big part of it, especially if we go countywide. So.
Which means you guys got to get going and reorg that thing.
I know, we've been trying to get dates set.
working.
We've been trying to get dates set. It's when you have a certain group of people, it's awful tough to find the meeting date time, right? So anyway, we'll get there.
Okay,
I'm making the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 4-0. So thank you for that long discussion. We asked too many questions, even though we were prompted not to. Yeah, you were very
Good job,
short
Howard.
and efficient, Howard. You did really well, and so did John. It's just this board
Yeah.
has to have
Kyle,
a lot of
don't,
dialogue.
Kyle, don't go anywhere. I got a question for you after.
Then I participate.
I think Lori had another question for Kyle before he leaves. so
Oh, no,
let's
I'm
make sure we
I'll
get
get him
that.
at lunch.
Okay,
break,
get him at
but,
lunchtime, okay.
Yeah, when do we want to come back? 1:15? Let's do 1:15, you guys.
I'm okay with 1:15. Does that work for everybody?
Yep.
Yeah, I guess
All
that'll
right,
work.
1:15, Kim, that's.
At least I need 10 minutes so I don't have to shove my food.
Yeah.
Well, start
All right, thank you. So we are going to move on the board's agenda. Item number 4, our 1 p.m. time allocation. And this is a hearing. So I go ahead and announce it, Kim, and then I'll open the hearing after that.
Item number 4 is a hearing from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, open the budget hearing and receive a budget presentation. 2, approve the fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget. 3, authorize the Chief Administrative Office Facilities Division and the Department of Transportation to proceed with the capital projects and road work plans. 4, approve the fixed asset listing. 5, authorize the Human Resources Department to proceed with filling new positions outlined in the recommended budget. 6, approve vehicles for permanent assignment and overnight retention. And 7, upon approval of the fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget, direct the Chief Administrative Office to return no later than June 30th, 2023, with a recommendation to adopt fiscal year 23-24 authorized personnel allocation resolution. Supervisor Hartle, could you please open the public hearing?
I hereby open the public hearing. So with that, I think we're ready for staff's presentation. Is that correct?
I can bring it up. So Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. Let me just share the presentation. Get it correctly shared. Okay, so today we're here for the fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget hearing. And so this is a high level overview of what we're going to be going over today. First is just why we're presenting the budget to you in this way, what a summary of the budget, what is and is not included in the budget, some challenges we have with this budget, and then next steps on the budget process. After all that, we'll be working with the board to develop the action, which is what we really need, and that's approval of the recommended budget, which is required before June 30th. So first, budget requirements. So we prepare the budget in adherence to the County Budget Act. So that means some of the ways we present the budget are very specific to that County Budget Act. How we break out governmental funds often, that's prescribed by the County Budget Act. So sometimes why we present things is there's a reason behind it, and we're happy to specify that when that comes up. So as we say, every presentation, the budget has to balance. So revenues have to equal expenses. Everything has to net to zero. So today, if the board is directing us to make any specific changes, if that is adding an expense, we either have to find additional revenue or delete another expense. If that is deleting an expense, then we also have to add an expense to balance it. So the budget always has to balance. This is the public hearing that's required as part of the County Budget Act. What's also outlined in that County Budget Act, that it's a 3/5 vote of the board to approve the budget today. And that includes things that are submitted to the clerk in writing before the close of the hearing. When you're adding things to the budget after today, that includes the adopted budget, that takes a 4/5 vote of the board. So the summary of the whole budget. So total appropriations, this is across all funds in the entire budget, in the recommended budget is 1.2 billion. When we break down that and take out the enterprise funds and special districts and proprietary funds, that gets us governmental funds. So that's a subset of total appropriations, and that's 1 billion. And then when we take a very small, there's many funds in our budget across different sources, we have just our general fund. And our general fund in the recommended budget totals 420 million. And typical for the recommended budget is it's a little smaller. There's a little bit of a decrease in the general fund overall. And that's because in the recommended budget, we're estimating what actual fund balance is going to be. And typically that's a conservative estimate. And so with the adopted budget, which we'll bring back on the 19th, and then for final approval the week after that, those will have hopefully the actual fund balance amounts. And so that number will change a little. And then when we do a subset of the general fund, because everything in the general fund isn't just discretionary revenue and expenses. We have social services, we have child support. Those things are in the general fund, but really they're mandated programs that we have to provide, and the state provides us funding to do some of that. So a subset of that is net county cost. And so our net county cost in the recommended budget is 193 million. And so that really is the use of discretionary resources across the budget.
How come it says they're not adjusting for TOT tax contributions? What does that mean?
Yeah, so when I do these, the net county cost is going to look the same in this slide and when we break it out by functional groups. And so I don't add those net county, those transient occupancy tax contributions into each of those functional groups. And I also don't add it to this total here, just so it's consistent. We have in prior years, but there are some big fluctuations in how the board has allocated those contributions. And so I don't adjust those numbers to increase their net county cost based on those TOT contributions.
Okay.
So expenditure class, which we also call character code, is basically how we group like expenses in the budget. So salary and benefits here is increasing by 5%. Some of that is health benefits, but it also is the board approved compensation increases that are being fully incorporated into this budget. Then we have the other character classes, and you can see here how they're split in a little pipe across the different funds. Now, I do want to caveat that this is governmental funds. So when you see that large amount of contingency, that's across all those government funds. It's not just the general fund that you're looking at. So that includes realignment, road fund, a lot of funds outside of just the general fund when you're looking at contingencies there. And that additions to reserves and designations number that's going down pretty significantly is actually pretty typical for the recommended budget, as we are just projecting estimated fund balance. Typically with the adopted budget, we do a lot more of designating funds in the adopted budget. We always compare adopted budget to recommended budget. That's another thing that's sort of prescribed by the state controller. So that's why we do it in this recommended budget. So we hope to have that number be much different in the adopted budget.
So Emma, I have a question on the salaries and benefits. The increase there seems to be balanced by the services, supplies, and other charges reduction. Was there a concerted effort to try to bring those into balance, or did it just happen to fall out that way? Because sometimes what you find is in order to maintain the important things, you do have to cut back on maybe arbitrary services or something else, subscriptions to things. So was there a concerted effort to try to achieve balance or not?
Actually, it just happened that way. The largest decrease in services and supplies and other charges actually was in non-departmental expenses. And as this is governmental funds, a lot of that is American Rescue Plan Act. About 8 million of that decrease is American Rescue Plan Act. In the current fiscal year, a lot of the large contributions to the water agencies, to the nonprofits, the small business grants, those were all included in the current fiscal year, and they're done. So now they're not in the next fiscal year's budget.
Got it. Thank you.
Moving along to functional groups, the county budget's broken up into 4 different functional groups. This really is departmental operating appropriations. So this excludes countywide special revenue funds. We're really trying to isolate the appropriations where departments are doing their work. So you're not going to see something where they're transferring funds out of a countywide special revenue fund and then actually doing the activity in their operating funds. So this is trying to isolate that. And here you can see an increase in general government, which is primarily due to some significant investments in parks. So this is, there's about 7 million in the Chili Bar and Diamond Springs Parks and other parks investments. So that's one of the big reasons for general government. Law and Justice has an increase for the jail expansion project from state funding. We're also moving the correctional medical contract from HHSA to the sheriff's office. So that's why you see no growth in the Health and Human Services area, and you see an increase in Law and Justice. And then land use largely has to do with the fluctuations of projects in those land use departments, primarily the CIP and in DOT. And then
And then Health and Human Services. There is a little growth in realignment, which offset that decrease in appropriations for the correctional medical. And so that's why it sort of nets to zero.
So does the reduction in land use and development services imply we're anticipating reduced projects coming through for review, i.e. lower rates of construction, fewer homes, lower growth rate? Is that the anticipation that goes with this, or is this separate? Because I'm hearing some of those things through various sources. And I'm assuming it wasn't factored in here, right?
Well, in planning, in the budget, we are assuming some smaller permit revenue and growth
Okay.
there. So there is that assumption in this budget. But there is a little growth, as you can see, 2 million in land use and development here.
Okay, so we are anticipating some, but not a dramatic reduction in building permits, for instance, if you want to take a single parameter.
I wouldn't say it's dramatic in the budget.
Okay, right.
Now, when we're comparing total appropriations to net county costs, the bar pipe chart at the bottom changes pretty significantly. And this is primarily due to the fact that land use and development services and the health and human services departments have a lot of outside or non-general fund funding to support the programs. So here you can see a change, and I primarily already explained the majority of those. Planning the land use and development change is largely because as I mentioned before, these breakdowns exclude transient occupancy tax contributions. And so a lot of that discretionary resources to road maintenance are coming from TOT to road maintenance, whereas last year we've made some significant, just straight general fund support to the land use department. So that's where the change looks like in the budget.
What is that change?
Last year, we used the Ray Lawyer Drive designation to support road maintenance in TOT. That was $3 million straight there. So that's a large part of that. And then we have, I don't know off the top of my head, have all the TOT stuff memorized off my head, but we have everything that the board approved in April for TOT, which included the Pioneer Trail resurfacing and other road maintenance.
Right. The one thing I can't get my brain wrapped around at this point, and I'll work hard to get up to speed on the budget, but it's that when we went to the voters and we talked about increasing the TOT from 10% to 14%, with the difference being dedicated to snow removal and road maintenance, we wanted that to be in addition to the general fund allocations, for lack of a better word, that have traditionally gone to the basin. We didn't want it to be a shell game. So I'm concerned when you say, that we've got this TOT revenue. So therefore, the general fund allocation went down by like 3 million.
Yes. Can I, let me clarify. When I say TOT, I mean discretionary TOT and does not account for any of the Measure S TOT. So it's purely discretionary TOT, part of the 9 million that goes into our general fund, and the board provided direction on in April. So they're actually getting more TOT this year from that discretionary revenue than they had in the prior year.
Okay, so I may have used the wrong terminology. That was helpful, but the concern is the same. So if there was discretionary TOT last year that went towards road maintenance, and you're putting it back into discretionary TOT now because of the Measure S funds, it's the net same problem. What we made clear to the voters in the basin was that the Measure S money was in addition to all other normal allocations, that it would not be in substitute for. So we're under the impression in the basin that we're going to receive more money than we received over the average of the last 5 years. Is that still a true statement?
Yeah, so not only is DOT receiving more discretionary TOT, but on top of that, there's 1.2 million in Measure S TOT in addition to that discretionary TOT.
Okay. All right. I'll get it. Thank you, though.
And so here you can just see the two pipe charts compared. So what is and is not included in the budget? And because we showed these slides back in April, we're going to go very high level on property tax and sales tax. Since April, we have not changed our assumptions for property tax or sales tax at all. Here you can see the budget versus, which is very hard with my background color, actual. But luckily with property tax, there's not a lot of variance because it's easy to sort of predict that. Now, I will say with recommended budget, as typical, the assessor's assessment roll has not finalized for the next year. So we don't know that this is the final number. It's likely that we'll return to the board an adopted budget with the actual number based on that assessment roll that will be done by July 1st. And so then we can hopefully adjust this up, which is looking likely.
And so the question was asked by my colleagues earlier in the prior discussion where we were talking about property taxes in Coloma. Is this the just our share, or is this the whole amount?
This is just our share, and this is just our general fund discretionary share. So,
Okay.
there are other departments in the county that get property tax, like the ACO fund and the EMS system.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Moving on to sales tax. As I said, in April, sales tax is much harder to predict. It's being even more so that this year. We're still projecting to hopefully come in on budget this year and projecting only 0.5% of growth in fiscal year 23-24, which aligns with HDL's, our state sales tax consultants statewide projection. We're continuing to monitor this and to tune into HDL's updates on what they're projecting. And so again, we may update this projection with the adopted budget as we get more information. So what board policies are included in the budget? We have general fund contingency. We have 7 million, which meets that 3% of adjusted general fund appropriations. And then we were able to carry over 4.25 million in excess general fund contingency to address economic uncertainties and maybe possibly disaster response as we have done in prior year. In a few slides, I'm going to explain more how we have used this contingency in the past, but we did a concerted effort to try to carry over as much as we have because we need to use it, and we have used it in past years. Our general reserve meets the 5% board policy and is adding $500,000 to this reserve. So it's 11.5 million. And then our pension funding policy meets board policy based on the current actuarials. I do want to mention that we'll get updated actuarials before the adopted budget, and it's likely that we'll probably have to adjust that designation in the adopted budget to meet the requirements of those actuarials.
But we clearly aren't funding all the unfunded liability associated with CalPERS. I mean, we need to make that statement, I think, the balancing part of this, right?
Yes, it only meets having at least 2 years of projected general fund increases based on that, not the full UAL. We could dream.
Right, I understand. Well, all the other agencies are dreaming too, but it's not like we have fully paid up pension plans. I just want to make that clear to the public. So, yeah.
The budget only has what the board directed on TOT in April for the use of TOT. No changes have been made from that board direction in April. And then we have 9.4 million of discretionary resources to road maintenance. And again, I should have put the word discretionary on there. That is discretionary TOT and tribe fund as the board directed back in April. The things we were not able to include in the budget were our new designation for IT infrastructure. We're working with IT to get that number, but we just didn't have enough resources in the current budget to add funding to that and create that designation in the recommended budget. We also didn't have any funding to create and get to that goal of 5 million for the disaster expenses designation. And then we also couldn't meet the $6 million addition to the capital projects designations. These 3 things are some of our top priorities for the adopted budget. If a general fund balance is higher than what we are currently projecting, which is likely, and it is most years, we would really prioritize these 3 things for the use of that general fund balance. Some board priorities that are included in the budget, and this is an impressive number, 55.5 million in our ACO work plan. So facilities and our county departments are working hard to get this work plan and everything put into place. We have, as I stated earlier, 7 million in parks projects. There's 20 million in state and federal funding for homelessness programs. And then 28.2 million for the continued construction of the Mosquito Bridge. And as mentioned in the transportation section, a lot of CIP investments. There are some allocation changes in the recommended budget. We were very, we looked through these very carefully because these are investments that the county is making. So here are each net change across the different departments. If departments were asking for additional general fund positions, we really carefully reviewed those and made sure that those had a real business need and case for those additions. But if you have any questions on any of these positions, I can answer those.
I have a clarifying question, I think, just to make sure that I know it's in here somewhere or where it is, but the conversation we had about the 2 additional code enforcement officer or whatever classification they end up being, we don't know that yet, but where is that in this whole budget process? Because I don't want it left out.
Yeah, so that was part of the April direction to consider that in adopted budget if there's additional TOT. So when I do bring the motion, I have put those 3 items that the board asked us to consider in adopted budget. So it's not included in this recommended budget because they likely would be funded by transient occupancy tax and we didn't have excess at this time, but it would be something we would consider in adopted, and hopefully that would give planning and building time to assess what the right allocation would be with HR.
Okay, and are they already they're kind of chit chatting already about what might be the right fit for that, right? So we're not waiting for the budget allocation, correct?
Correct. That's my understanding.
Okay, good, because I just feel that this is a high priority for all the other things we have going on. So, okay, thank you.
And I had a question on the Health and Human Services, the 11, does any of that impact net county costs, or is that really using state and federal funds to bring on employees that we haven't had in the past for specific defined projects?
Yeah, there's very little, if any, impact to the general fund in those allocations.
Yeah.
There's a lot of allocations because CalAIM is starting July 1st.
Yes.
There also is extra, a lot of caseload growth in social services. So that's addressing some of that, which are state funded. And then there's senior nutrition, other things with state funding. So we really prioritize things that were not general fund impacts.
Very good.
Another question I got is the sheriff's officers that for security here, has it been added into our budget too?
So the board approved the addition of 5 FTEs in the current year, and this budget continues that allocation.
Okay, good.
So moving on to some challenges. For a couple years now, since the pandemic, we've been warning of the possibility of slowing discretionary revenue growth. And this is the first year that you're actually seeing some real significant slowing discretionary revenue growth. So we're assuming 4% property tax growth. It might be a little higher, but that's a big contrast to the 7% growth that we have in the current year. Sales and use tax, we're projecting 0.5%. In the current year, we have 3.8% growth. So this is the first time in a few years now that we're really seeing these discretionary revenues slow. Maybe it won't happen, but this is what all the indicators are showing. So because this growth was slowing, it means that we really had to be specific in what we did approve in this recommended budget, because it's a fund balance estimate and we don't know what all of the revenues will be exactly. So due to this, approximately 12.5 million wasn't funded for those 3 board policies that I highlighted early that we're going to prioritize, the 2 new policies in the capital projects designation. And then we deferred about 2 million in general fund requests from departments to consider in the adopted budget if it's higher, if fund balance is higher than we are expecting, or property tax is higher than we are projecting when recommended. So this was a challenge in this budget.
So most of that was supplemental requests, right?
Yes.
Okay.
As we've done in prior years, we prepared 3 5-year general fund projections. A cautious projection, this is basically if there's even more slowing than, even more slowing than we've projected now, and things really are slowing a lot. Then there's a conservative projection, which is typically how we budget in the county. We try to be conservative so we don't overestimate growth and then have to make unexpected cuts. And then moderate would be if things are growing pretty well in the economy. not great, but pretty well. And so you can see in that 5-year projection, the first year is always 0. And that is because in the recommended budget, we have to balance expenses to revenues. And so some of those outgoing years, as you can tell in this projection, are all negative, can be a little scary. But remember, each year we have to get back to 0. So if next year we do have a cautious scenario, we would, have we'd have to, in the recommended budget in February and March of next year, find a way to get that from 3.4 to 0 by maybe looking at services and supplies or looking at other ways that we have savings, maybe using some of those board directed designations that are for that specific purposes. So we have some tools to adapt before if things really do go a little sideways, but because of the board's discretion, we have the resources to address those things.
One caveat to that, I think, is unfunded state mandates, and we don't know which of those are going to flow down to us, but they could have significant impacts on some of these because we have to dedicate staff time to doing that unfunded mandate work, and yet there's no revenue stream to help offset it. So that's going to directly impact our net county costs at some level, and we're going to have to make cutbacks if all that happens. So hopefully the state is not overambitious and they give us a little breather in here while the economy is not the greatest it's been in the past. It's not bad, but it's not the greatest either. So.
Oh, that just reminded me, when does our county have to start with the care court and all that? Is that next year?
Off the top of my head, I'm thinking December 2024.
So, okay, so at the end, so in the next fiscal year.
Right.
But
Really
there's
look at
one right there.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, and-
really looming large that the state's
Right.
not giving us enough.
Until the
funding to do
pilot
it.
programs are done and we really have a good estimate of what it would cost in a rural county to
Right.
fund those kinds of things, we won't know, but that is going to be an add to the demand on the budget that
Okay,
has to come out of someplace else with these kind of projections.
right, okay.
So we really wanted to highlight how the board's direction has helped us over the past 3 years. So here is a chart for the past 3 years and you can see that when our revenue projections were very conservative during the pandemic because we didn't know what to expect, and then we had some unanticipated revenue, the board put almost 13 million in excess general fund contingency. And so you can see that big blue hike there. And then we've slowly used a large amount of that excess general fund first to balance the recommended budget. And then in adopted budget, we were able to bring that back up to 10 million excess general fund contingency. But then we used 5 million of that for the mosquito fire debris removal in the current fiscal year. And then with this recommended budget, we're bringing that excess just to 4.25 million. Now, if you see where the lines diverge and you can see that green line, if the board hadn't made that really strategic investment in putting that funding in excess contingency and instead put it elsewhere, funded new things, then we would have had some problems in balancing the budget or meeting the needs of the mosquito fire during the last 2 years. So we're really hoping to continue by carrying over that 4.25 million of excess contingency in this budget.
Now, is it going back to the mosquito fire for debris removal? Is there any possibility we can be reimbursed for that, especially with PG&E in the future?
The budget does assume, it assumes some state reimbursement for a portion of the cost of the mosquito fire in the recommended budget, but it doesn't assume any revenue from PG&E.
Then that will take years to determine,
I'm
quite
sure.
Right,
honestly.
it's going to affect this budget. It'll be out
But
three or four.
yeah, it's out there looming, given lawsuits, so
Right.
it's gonna be a while.
In addition, the board has made some significant investments by adhering to the capital projects designation, and we brought that designation up to 20 million, but over the past 3 years, we've made some swings, and I wanted to show those swings in the use and additions of that designation. So by adding the 6 million every year to that designation and a little more in the 22-23 budget, you can see we've used that for some investments in facilities. I think it's striking that Shakori is on here 3 times with current building costs. We can have an estimate for what something will cost, but it's likely that it will come in higher. So that's something we really want to pause. We have a large work plan, but some of those projects might come in higher than what we have budgeted. Then you can see we used that designation for the purchase of the building from Barton in South Lake Tahoe and the purchase of the Ponderosa building all in this current fiscal year. And so we've also had to use about $9 million of that capital projects designation for this current recommended budget. And that's 5 million for the redesign of the space and building C for the courts. And then that's also the rest is for just to help meet the ACO work plan. So this is another, I want to show this
But
slide.
before you leave that one, for the public's interest, Shikori Garage is our DOT maintenance facility in South Lake Tahoe. Some people may not recognize it, but that's where those funds are going. And it was absolutely necessary to get that construction started and restored. And so it's unfortunate that it went a long period of time without what I consider to be the proper maintenance. So now we're trying to get it restored to a good, healthy condition for another 40 years, but that's where those funds are.
And the garage did collapse.
Yes.
In winter,
I did.
so
So I said
we don't have to.
Yeah.
Yes. On the ground.
Oh, so it demoed itself.
Yes,
right?
it did.
I think they moved like one board and the whole thing fell apart,
Oh
right?
my gosh.
Something like that.
Yeah, it was
Oh, I hadn't heard about the one board. Okay.
Like Jenga.
And one thing good about construction costs are coming down now, so, which is good.
Depends which index you look at, but
Well, I
okay.
know, but I see it.
So in looking at the slide, you can see we've made some significant pulls from the capital projects designation, which is really want to prioritize replenishing some of these funds in the adopted budget. To further this, it's important to maintain our buildings and make investments. So as presented in April, there's about 247 million in replacement estimates for county buildings with a rating below C, which basically they need to be replaced or significant investments need to be made within the next 10 to 20 years. And on top of that, for maintenance, to meet the sort of guidelines of 2 to 4%, we should be investing between 10 and 21 million, which we are in this recommended budget. But this is just another, we really need to continue to be prudent in having the funds available to make these investments, which is a challenge when we didn't have a lot of discretionary resources to meet that board policy this budget. So next steps in the budget process. Today, the board will discuss any revisions to the recommended budget. Hopefully today we can get approval of the budget with any revisions. On the 20th, we'll be bringing the personnel allocation resolution to the board. And then when the financial records close in early September, which is the timeline it's been in prior years, we'll bring actual fund balance to the board to be incorporated in the adopted budget on the 20th. So you can provide direction on the 20th. And then the following week, we'll bring the actual budget resolution for adoption to the board by the October 2nd deadline. So from here is where questions, direction.
Already we're there. Wow.
Yeah, pretty efficient. So who's up? I don't see a light yet. so- Okay, there you go. Supervisor Parlin, go.
Right, so a couple direction and then just a clarifying question. I texted this morning to find out, but I thought everybody would like to know for the board's community benefit funding that we have every year. I just wanted to confirm the amount that we were putting in because it's varied quite a bit over the last, since I've been on the board, it's changed a lot. So what are we doing this year?
Yeah, the recommended budget includes 75,000, which is the same amount in the current fiscal year.
And you're gonna help us track it better this year so that we're not all doing sorry about that.
So that Supervisor Parlin isn't spending all of it.
I was gonna say that, but I'm glad you did.
In a discussion of by district allocation. Yeah.
I was pointing that way anyway.
Well, yeah, so, and we might even have to look at it even more differently because one of the ones I'm doing is actually for a countywide emergency response thing. So it's not truly, but the people that approach me live in my district. So I don't know how we're gonna figure that out, you guys, but that's why I asked the question and I appreciate it because those grants for those small organizations really do go a long way and mean a lot to them. So I do appreciate that those are in there. So that was just a clarifying question. And then, well, let's just go to, I hope it's an easy one. So on our discussion, so today's the 13th. So just last week, we had our board meeting, feels like a month ago, in our presentation from First Five. And I kind of had asked if we could get a jump on figuring out the sustainability of our hubs, because we know that the funding's gonna change or end from first 5 into 2025. So I worked with staff and I have draft, which I think Emma has for us, draft board direction on that item. So I wanted to see if you guys like this board direction, the way it's drafted, and would include it in today's, I guess, motion. So Emma, do you have, she's working on it. Actually, Emma drafted it. I just went, oh, this is great. So, so there it is. It's item D in front of everyone. Direct the CAO, Library and Health and Human Services Agency to determine a recommended funding source and expansion plan for the community hubs to be presented to the board at or before the April 2024 budget direction presentation. That gives everybody time to come together and start thinking on how we're going to fund this in the future. And this is just following up on our conversation kind of last week. So does anybody see any concerns or changes that we need to make to that board direction? I just appreciated the conversation from the board. It seems like this is a good way to provide services to the public out in the communities. And definitely we talked about expanding it to libraries that don't have the hubs right now, and or especially South County, they don't have a hub at all, which I think we need to figure out how to do that ultimately too. So does everybody think that you see any changes? Nope. Looks good. Okay, so I'd like that included in today's direction. And then another one that's a little more squishy, based on our board presentation this morning on the Coloma Lotus economic study. That one's a little more squishy. Emma, do you kind of have that one too-ish? I kind of drafted something. It wasn't very good, but we can fix it.
Hold on one second.
Okay. Oh, there it is. So there's letter E. Direct staff to consider funding the Coloma Lotus Business Council's request for $25,000 in the adopted budget, and direct staff to create a draft agreement with the Coloma Lotus Business Council for budget adoption. So again, if we're going to do this, and the board will have to consider it on that date, but there must be an agreement of some kind to fund it. So I thought it'd be good to get a start on that ahead of the meeting too. So any questions or concerns about that one?
The operative terms are to consider. So
Yeah,
I
oh,
assume
yeah,
the economic
that's-
development is involved heavily, obviously,
Yeah.
with that to consider. So
Well, and it's everything that we said we would do after the books close is
Right.
to consider, and it's up for debate.
I'm fine with the wording personally, but any
Okay.
other board comments?
Yeah, I have no comments.
Okay.
How much is on that list?
Yeah, that'd be good to see.
I don't have a specific number off the top of my head, but the fire districts, so I will put the board approved that the fire districts submit revised request. So we don't know what the number from the fire districts is, but then I'm blanking on what others. I could look on the spreadsheet.
Are the two code enforcement officers, are they on
Yes,
that?
that's in there.
The Shingle Springs Cameron Park Chamber of Commerce.
Is that mostly it? So it's not
Short list.
terrible.
Yeah.
I think we've had bigger lists in the past, for sure.
Well, and on that same note, there's an item when you're done that I'd like to
Yes.
bring up for
Those
consideration.
are, that's all I had. I'm done.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
The Clean Tahoe program is an anomaly up in Tahoe, but in a nutshell, what they do is they pick up trash that otherwise scatters and blows around in the basin. And they do a remarkable job. They work in several different counties. They work up on the North Shore, but their work on the South Shore includes both the unincorporated part of the county as well as the city of South Lake Tahoe. The problem that we're having is we've been working closely with county council, and it's their advice that we have to go before the voters to increase the rates that the unincorporated county residents currently pay. It has not been adjusted in 20 years. They pay 15 cents per month or 45 cents per quarter, and that's collected through South Tahoe Refuse. So it's kind of complicated because it is an approved tax passed 20 years ago. It gets placed on their bill through South Tahoe Refuse and passed down to this nonprofit who actually does the work. So they're not a government entity, so they can't just directly receive it. And if we ever changed the contractor, which we have no intention of doing, but if we ever did, having this intermediary collect the funds protects us in making sure that it gets to the right place. The discrepancy is in the city residents pay approximately $8 per parcel towards this service. And the county residents, because we have never changed that 20 years and it doesn't have a built-in escalator, they're paying approximately $4.60 per parcel. So we'd like to bring those to where they're the same or close to. We have decided, the Clean Tahoe Board has decided that they are going to go out for a tax increase to the voters in November of 2024. So what I'm asking for today is to consider in the adopted budget again in September, the use of $29,000 in transient occupancy tax funding for Clean Tahoe to mitigate the impacts of tourism in the Tahoe area, but really to adjust that discrepancy, because it's been operating like this now for 3 years. With the city raised theirs, but the county never did. So we've had this gap for a while, and now it's catching up to them, to where it's really putting their budget in a problem arena. So this 29,000 would shore them up for this year, and we would potentially have the same request for next year until we can get to the ballot box.
Ballot measure.
And get it approved, and then it'll go away. So it's a temporary ask.
Is the one that's collected in the city also on their property taxes too?
It's on their, it's a pass through South Tahoe Refuse also. It's not property
Refuse.
tax.
Okay, got it.
Is that the same group also that cleans up after on the beaches and stuff after the 4th of July fireworks?
That's a big volunteer group,
Volunteer,
but
I
the
just
Clean
thought it was
Tahoe
part of
is
it, yeah.
intricately involved in all of that, and
Yeah.
and they just do a great job. They also mitigate bear problems when bears scatter or coyotes scatter garbage. You know, they take care of working with the resident to make sure that they understand the rules. They do a lot more than just pick up trash, but the amount of trash that they pick up on the sides of the roads and overflowed dumpsters at beaches and stuff is staggering.
Oh, I know, it's a mess.
Yeah, but Tahoe is clean because of Clean Tahoe.
Mhm.
It's a good program.
George, do you have any comments or questions at this point?
Nope, not at this time.
Okay, so I want to go back and address the capital plan and the statement that was made that there's no defined revenue source to meet the needs of the expanding requirements for capital. And I want to emphasize the fact that CSAC has a very active grant writing activity where free services are provided to provide you regular updates on what kinds of grants are coming out. And I'm reflecting back again on our public safety facility, which wasn't a grant, but it was a very low interest rate loan for a very long period of time, which allowed us to get that facility built. So as we look at deficits and being able to create the capital buildup accumulation that we need, I think we need to look more at, are there low interest loans like that that make sense for major projects? How do we get that into the stream? Because a low interest loan of that type is almost new revenue, but grants are certainly new revenue. And CSAC's offerings now include people who will write the grants for you, who have a lot of history of it, and pretty much a lobbying effort for you to help get those grants assigned. So my interpretation is there's probably, because I'm hearing it everywhere, there's a lot of money out there, federal money, state money. are we getting our fair share? And I don't know that we are. I can't measure that, but it just seems like there's an opportunity there that unless we really address it, how are we ever going to make up these funding stream deficits? So that was my thought on it. And again, CSAC has offered those services. I don't know that anybody's ever reached out to them. I'm a proponent of it, at least having that conversation, but I don't know if it's gone any further than that.
I do know someone from HHSA has reached out to them for
Okay.
helping with some of their grants.
Yes.
So.
Okay, so I think if obviously if that's an initial venture, I think we need to look at that more across other areas, and particularly with capital accumulation. How can we tap into new resources we don't have, or very low interest rate loans, to make sure we can do that heavy lift to get these facilities built? Because otherwise, with the projections we have on the 5-year period, I'm concerned that we're going to continue to kind of cut back and fall into the old situation where we don't set aside enough money for capital. And we know these buildings have a 40-year life or something, and then you're stuck. The option is, okay, let's go lease a facility, right? And we've done some of those things. But those are also cost impacts that, you know, over time, they may be okay. But I think our goal has always been, if we're going to lease a facility, at some point, we should consider purchasing it, right? So that we control our own destiny. And so those are the thoughts that I have on that lack of revenue. There's no magic bullets, but as much as we can, we need to continue to pull on those resources, particularly the ones that are free, to see if there's something there that we can grab onto and, you know, bring in new revenue. So I'll just emphasize that I'm not sure how staff deals with it, but I have contacts at CSAC who are really anxious to have briefings on it, all that stuff. I just don't know how to share that information and get something other than Health and Human Services grant applications
And in my,
under consideration.
in my limited experience, I know that we have pursued grants. We've pursued grants for the juvenile treatment center
Right,
replacement, the navigation center. So that message received, and I'm certain that we capitalize on that already, but
Like I said, a lot of people are telling me there's a lot of money out there. Okay,
Yeah.
but is it so restricted we can't?
And some of
apply?
them
Is that some of
are,
it? Yeah.
I know that Laura looked into an opportunity that came through RCRC not so long ago, to see whether or not we could utilize that, and our particular criteria didn't meet theirs. So I think we are looking,
Still on the
but
hunt, yeah.
we'll
Okay.
keep looking.
Very good.
Well, there was a very specific CSAC email about joining that.
Yes,
So maybe take that and forward that to our.
I think I have forward. I
CAO.
just haven't heard of a planned, and I'm happy to hear that Health and Human Services has started that
Yeah.
discussion with them. Because I do think they have a good resource there, and a lot of other counties are using it. So we learn from each other's experience. And it may be where one rural county doesn't fit, it identifies another county that does fit that particular grant application. And so there's a mutual benefit that can come from some of these things. And so I would encourage us to tap into that as much as we can, recognize the limitation of staff time to do those things. But yeah, okay. Seeing no more comments or questions from board members, I think we're ready to go to public input. Go ahead.
I actually, can I review the motion that we have so far? And I had two things I did want, there
Sure.
were late requests that I wanted to highlight.
Okay.
So let me just bring this up. So the draft motion so far that we have is to approve the fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget with the following changes in direction. So the first one is purely the board's direction from April regarding transient occupancy tax.
Yep.
So then we have the code enforcement officers, the fire districts, and then Supervisor Trimbu's request for the Shingle Springs Cameron Park Chamber. Just last week, we got the formal request from the city of Placerville of $110,890 to support the Placerville pool. As we just received it last week, it's not in the recommended budget, but I'm working with the pool to determine, as we did last year, what might be the appropriate contribution based on government code. So we're just asking the board consider that and adopt it.
If I remember right, we funded about 60% or 70% of their ask, something like that.
70%.
It was 76,000. So that was the total ask.
Okay, right.
that we
Yep.
funded
So
last year.
we're doing the same process, right?
Yeah.
Judiciously looking at what's included and what we can
Yes.
support. All right.
Can we use this as leverage on anything else that we're working with the city on?
How about our navigation center?
Yeah,
there
just
you go.
saying. Okay, enough said, I'll stop.
Maybe security. Anyway.
There you go.
We've
Okay.
also received a request to increase the contribution to the University of California Cooperative Extension by 60,000. So that'd be a total annual contribution of 335,000. So we're asking the board to consider this in the adopted budget.
Oh, thank you for remembering that one. I had forgotten already.
And so, and then we have the three things that were just presented. So that's the draft motion so far.
Okay. Okay. Do any of the board members
Oh,
want?
and also, would you
Go ahead.
like me, Supervisor Harlan, to clarify that the Coloma Lotus Business Council will be transient occupancy tax?
Sure. Why not?
So if we looked at that list again, it's 29 plus 25 plus 300,000. Are the other ones the 37.5 for the chamber? Like where are there's no specificity with regards to TOT. So are those, how do you fund those?
It is above, so
so these are all under TOT?
if you look at the sentence,
Yeah.
section A.
Use of transient occupancy tax.
Okay.
So that's all from
Yeah.
the April TOT discussion, and then we've added a couple more today for TOT. So we're trying to be clear and specify the funding sources for each. So if you see something that's not making sense to you, just holler at us.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I think I'll just mention, in years past, we weren't able to put in as much money as we currently are for road maintenance. And we've stepped way up, in my opinion, from where we've been previously as a board. And I think we're at the level that we have to kind of stay at that level, but not increase it substantially until we see some new revenue opportunities. Because I think even Raphael would attest to the fact we're able to do a lot more now than we were in the past. But at some point, you have to go back to that balancing and not just continue to, put monies in the things that we know the public really wants, but there's other things that the public doesn't see that we have to fund. So that's the only other caveat I'd ask, because I think we're still talking substantial amount of money. I'm trying to remember, is it $9 million or something that goes into the road maintenance fund is discretionary from the board. Is that right magnitude?
Yes, the recommended has 9.4 million.
9.4 million. Thank you. So
And part of that 9.4 though included the tribe fund part that we
Yes,
just
it did.
started.
Yes.
So,
yes,
which I think the residents are really going to appreciate seeing that. The roadside vegetation clearing is critical, especially given, concerns about wildfire and evacuation. So
no more disasters in El Dorado County.
God,
right?
wouldn't that be nice? Knock on
Let's
wood.
declare it.
So, but I think that the public will appreciate the effort that the board is making to put money into the road fund. The revenue sources of the past just aren't the same.
Agreed.
Yeah, I do just want to point out that the board policy, you are well exceeding the board policy for
Yeah.
discretionary funds, which is
Right.
$5 million goal.
Right.
So I would just say, keep in mind that if, we hear concerns about, a downturn in the economy, that type of thing, that is one of those areas that again is you're exceeding your board policy. So it's great that we can do it now, but potentially out into the future, don't feel disappointed when you're just meeting your board policy level and not able to exceed it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we may have to face the reality of cutbacks in some of those areas that we really like to provide the funding for, but there's got to be a balance again. So very good. Anything else, Emma? All right. So Kim, if you'd open this up for public input at this point.
Now taking public comment on item number 4, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne. I'm the vice president of the El Dorado Gold 1848, which is a nonprofit. A few years ago, in this case, Brooke, you weren't on the board at the time, but we acquired through a sale the old post office at 515 Main Street, right across the street from the county courthouse. At the time, we took it and we understood it that it was to be taken as is. Therefore, the county, upon our purchase, would not be responsible for anything related to things that we weren't certain of at the time. Subsequently, now we have figured out that it's about $10,000 a year to maintain it. And so we started a nonprofit center that's in the the lower floor, of which we have now 6 tenants, bringing in about $2,000 a month. So we essentially through our efforts, made this work. What we don't have is the deferred things that now we're aware of that are costly. So I just wanted to give you a few of them. We have a safe project because we have the old safe, 1940 safe. It was a WPA project, and we want to turn that into a mineral and gem exhibit with the fluorescent gems, so we could flip the black light and the kids can have that wow factor. We figure that that's about $14,000 for that safe project. That would convert everything into what we want. Painting outside, because of the deterioration over the years of the outside of the building, we got a couple of quotes. The lowest one was $60,000 for that includes completely removing anything that's that would be considered falling paint, chips, whatever needs to be resolved on the outside before we paint it. And then we get a paint that is going to be very long lasting. We've heard about 20 years, 30 years. So that's $60,000. We have 2 more projects, a solar project. Right now I anticipate somewhere around $60,000 in itself for solar. And that would be a battery backup, which would help the whole neighborhood. And then inside painting to be determined later. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because we didn't do a formal request, but I wanted to take the time because of budget hearing to let you know what we need and what our needs are. Thank you much for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Hi, Carol.
Hi, Carol Lewis, President of the Taxpayers Association. I just need clarification. I'm looking at the summary of the recommended budget under appropriations by expenditure class, under salaries and benefits, and we have a 5% increase. And I was wondering, does that include the 2% that you gave last August for inflation that goes into perpetuity?
We'll answer after open forum. Do you have other questions?
So we're going to take all the
Is that
public
it?
comments and then
Okay,
we'll
so that's
respond.
my question.
Yes,
Oh,
got it.
that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else in the boardroom? Got one more, maybe.
Good afternoon, Kathleen Goro, First Five Eldorado. I just wanted to come and say thank you, and I'm looking forward to working with you this year to try and cobble together some money to support our community hubs. I appreciate it.
Yep, thank you. Backfilling for grant monies that, disappearing. Yeah, those things happen.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Leanna.
Linnea, we can't hear you. If you've got your microphone active, it looks like it's open, but we can't hear you.
Want me to go on to the next?
Yeah, let's go on. Linnea, see if you can get it repaired, whatever it takes to get it corrected, and we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Kelly Nelabaya, District 1 Republican Central Committee Rep. I just want to thank those of you who stopped by at our meeting last night. We had a great conversation with our sheriff, which leads me to my comment on the budget. We know that your #1 priority and obligation is the safety and well-being of the citizens at large. I don't think anybody would argue that at all. He was happy to report on our homeless numbers that we are now at under 10 in El Dorado County. And again, I think it's important when people clarify the county versus the city of Placerville. and that the Navigation Center has attracted on average about 40 to 46 residents. I'm a little concerned when we are allocating $20 million plus 200 almost and 50,000 towards a architect project management hunt, that we aren't evaluating, is what we have sufficient to continue what we have? One, I'm not sure. When I hear you say we may not have enough money for disaster relief fund, and I understand it wasn't intentional, but the chuckle, Supervisor Heidel, really disheartened me because we still have people living in the dirt in Grizzly Flats and George Turnbull has been working recklessly to provide them something. And if you look at the proportion percentage wise of who's affected more, and you're showing a $20 million budget plus 250,000 for an architect for a very small ratio of the two, I'm a little concerned, and I think the citizens would be too, if we are once again overreaching what is our needs to address the transient homeless population. Where can our sheriffs help us get them into other facilities besides the Navigation Center? And for those small amounts that it's not working, and that is not their desire to be in any kind of treatment or homeless Navigation Center, again, deferring those to the sheriffs. I also saw a lot of consultant money going on, and I really hope that's something we can talk about more in the future, and keeping things in-house, because I can't accept that we're not going to have enough disaster relief money, because the fact is a disaster is going to happen, and we can hope that it won't, but it will. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Hi, I just have a couple of questions and clarifications I wanted to make. One of them being, I noticed something about a $75,000 max for the grants for the different organizations. And I remember, I believe you've given 95,000 in the past to arts and culture, and that's what their ask was this year. So I just want to confirm that that 75,000 is the maximum that would be going to programs and organizations, with the maximum also being 5,000 per ask or per organization. So that was a question I had. I also agree with everything Kelly said about the disaster money and the exorbitant spending, $20 million to build this new facility for the homeless, and we have 10. That sounds absolutely ludicrous. And it sounds like fiscal mismanagement. My other question is, Tiffany, you mentioned something about something being transferred from the sheriffs to the from HHS to the sheriffs, and my phone cut out. So I was just wondering if you could clarify what was being transferred from HHS to the sheriffs. And again, I concur with everything Kelly had to say. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Well, hi there. Yeah, this is Ken Greenwood from the Triple Junction. I missed the earlier hearing regarding the update of the general plan and the zoning ordinance, particularly, of course, the telecommunications portion of it. Good to see it was listed first and all that. I just hope, and I don't know for sure, I just hope that the money for that update is included in this budget this year. As you may recall, when I queried about this some months ago, it was depending on budget issues, if you will. and time and this and that and all the other, I won't say excuses, but yeah, that's a good word for it. Anyway, just hopefully there is money budgeted for this update, because putting it as a high priority without the money to back it up is always what's the word? It's disingenuous or whatever. It's meaningless. Pardon me, not disingenuous. Don't get me wrong there. Anyway, just want to make sure that let you know I'm still out there, but I am always very much following the update of the telecommunication ordinance, because what we have is not good. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so staff prepared to answer some of the specific questions. I guess we can start with Carol's and then kind of move through them. So
Yeah, so the 2% countywide increase, as well as some other compensation increases the board has approved, are included in the recommended budget. Moving along, so I want to clarify that the budget, there still is 1.8 million in the Caldor general fund designation, as well as we have 4.25 million in excess contingency if there was a disaster that the board could use to address those, as well as regular contingency and the general reserve. As for the arts and culture request, the board directed that we include that request in the recommended budget. So it is included, the full amount, the same as last year's. And in addition to that, there is the 75,000 for community funding based on the board's allocation. And as Supervisor Parlin alluded to, it's my priority after this to figure out a good process for that. What is moving to the sheriff's department is our correctional medical contract. So historically that has been in public health. However, those services occur in the sheriff's department and in probation in juvenile hall. So they are the people interacting with the contractors on a daily basis. So we're moving those appropriations from public health to the sheriff's department this year. And then the 20 million in funding for is for all of our housing and homelessness programs. That's far beyond just the navigation center. That includes the array of services that are provided by our housing and homeless programs. And I think that's all of them.
I think I had one more to
Okay.
Mr. Greenwood's comment regarding whether or not there's funding available for the general plan update, and that is included in long-range planning's budget.
okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, with that, I think we're back to the board for a motion and action of some kind. So
Is there no further discussion? Because I think, Emma, you kind of had our motion drafted for us, maybe?
let me just say, I could get into a long discussion on the homeless thing and the navigation center, but it's not appropriate at this point in time
No,
because it's
it's
not budget
not.
related. There's a lot of misunderstanding is all I can say.
Sure.
So we'll try to clarify that.
So I can read through the motion one more time, just to
Kim, can you
confirm?
put it up for us? That's probably easier for us to read it if we can get that.
I can put it up.
There you
I
go. We
haven't
got it.
sent
We
it to
got
Kim
it. We
quite
got
yet.
It is.
Very good.
So to approve the fiscal year 23-24 recommended budget with the following changes and direction. From the April budget presentation, direct staff to consider in the adopted budget the use of transient occupancy tax for Supervisor Parlin's request for 2 new code enforcement officers or other appropriate classification for night and weekend response to VHR and ranch marketing reported violations, 1 in Tahoe and 1 on the West Slope, approximately 150,000 each, a total request of 300,000. Work with the fire districts over the next few months to refine their request to show a direct nexus to tourism impacts in their requests to be considered for inclusion in the adopted budget, and to consider in the adopted budget Supervisor Turnbow's request to fund the Shingle Springs Cameron Park Chamber request of $37,500. Then we have direct staff to consider in the adopted budget the city of Placerville's request of $110,890.36. If we did fund the whole amount, it would be rounded up because the budget is in full amounts for maintenance costs related to residents from outside of city limits utilizing the Placerville Aquatic Center. Direct staff to consider in the adopted budget a $60,000 increase to the annual contribution to the University of California Cooperative Extension Foothill Multi-County Partnership. Direct the Chief Administrative Office, Library, and Health and Human Services Agency to determine a recommended funding source and expansion plan for the community hubs. to be presented to the board at or before the April 2024 budget direction presentation. Direct staff to consider funding the Coloma Lotus Business Council's request of $25,000 of transient occupancy tax in the adopted budget, and direct staff to create a draft agreement with the Coloma Lotus Business Council for budget adoption. And finally, direct staff to consider in the adopted budget the use of $29,000 in transient occupancy tax funding for Clean Tahoe to mitigate the impacts of tourism. And from there, it's exactly what was in the title of the board item. So item 2 and on.
Okay,
All right.
all as listed on the agenda. Yeah.
If there's no further discussion, I'll move to approve.
We have a motion. I'll second. So a motion made in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So again, thank you, staff, for a great presentation, boiling all this very complex stuff down into a simpler discussion, recognizing there's a lot of the devil in the details, so to speak. We'll have to work all those, but thank you again for all the efforts to make this a very smooth operation. So with that, I think we're ready to go back to item number 2 under department matters. So we're anticipating this will hopefully be a relatively short discussion. So Kim, can you read item number 2, please?
Of course. Item number 2 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board create and appoint 2 members to a Housing and Homelessness Programs Ad Hoc Committee.
So Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative
Yeah,
Office
right.
again. So we're recommending the county create the Housing and Homelessness Programs Ad Hoc Committee. So the 2 supervisors on the ad hoc can represent the county as we develop the navigation center and as we develop other services to prevent and address homelessness in the county. So just as context, Supervisor Parlin with Supervisor Thomas as her alternate currently represents the county on the El Dorado Opportunity Knox Continuum of Care. So through that avenue, they have been representing the county through the continuum of care. But today we're requesting the board create the ad hoc and appoint 2 members to that ad hoc.
Very good. So discussion?
Well, I'll just go ahead and jump in, I guess. I would like to see that Supervisor Thomas and I be appointed to this ad hoc for now, just because the reason that there is an item on the board agenda is we've kind of organically, we've been kind of fulfilling this role all along because of the EDOK, because of the Navigation Center, because of the transitional housing project that we started talking with staff. And we kind of looked down at each other and went, oh, shoot, we didn't formalize this. So that's really why we're bringing this item, because with everything, we want to make sure that the board, knows what we're doing. This way it'll be formalized ad hoc. And of course, we would report out, which I think I've been trying really hard to report out anyhow as we've been going along. But it's just to formalize things so we have clarity, which we've done with every other topic. So I would really appreciate being appointed to this. I feel like we're making really great progress in building good relationships and would love to carry on with that.
Any other board comments? I fully support that, by the way. I think that continuity of effort and all the hard work.
You guys
that's
are
gone
already
into it.
working on it anyway, so.
Right, so I'm going to move that we basically appoint Supervisor Parlin and Supervisor Thomas to that ad hoc committee. We'll make it formal. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Now, public comment? The room cleared, but we'll take public comment if they have it, right?
Now taking public comment on item number 2. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Very good. So I'll call for the action. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. We're on a roll. This has been a good day.
Thank you for
So
that.
Thank you for that. County Council, are we expected to come back into open session to have to report out on either of these? I didn't see that.
No,
So-
I don't expect to report out today.
Okay, so we can then adjourn the meeting in closed session basically and report out the time at which the meeting was adjourned?
Correct.
Okay, so I did have one item I wanted to introduce.
And you will need to take
comment on the closed session agenda.
Right,
before
so
we
let's do
recess.
that first. Because I was going to cover the adjournment part, but we'll take closed session first. So the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 5 and 6 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 5 and 6, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Yeah, Ken Greenwood, districts 2, 3, and 5, or however it works out there in the Triple Junction. Anyway, I presume this is to maybe confirm somebody for CAO or not, but regardless, hopefully you can find somebody who wants to get dipped into that acid bath. That's about all I can say about it. Wear your galoshes, if you will. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so with that being said, I do want to note, since we're going to adjourn as part of the closed session, basically, that I wanted to adjourn in memory of John Henriksen. Many of us knew John personally and all of his support activities and stuff. He sent us an email to the board on May 24th, identifying the transition that he was anticipating. We were notified he recently passed away this last weekend. Is that correct, David? But I just wanted to note, he spent nearly 40 years with the George Hills Company and nearly 37 years as George Hills designee as El Dorado County's dedicated liability claims adjuster and administrator. And he did a wealth of good things for El Dorado County in that time. So we're all appreciative of his efforts. We want to send our condolences to his family. I know it's a major loss to them, as it is for us to hear it. But hopefully, with respect to the county, we will, with the new identified personnel, continue in his vein of really, really good detailed analysis and recommendations that come to the board, because that does play a major role in how we decide what to do with certain types of litigation and how we settle those things. And so much appreciative of all of John's efforts. So with that, did you want to add anything, David? I mean, you work closer with him than anybody else, but
I think you said that very well. I will just add one quick note. Even though John was not a county employee, he was as much a part of the county family as any other employee, and he built a number of strong relationships with county employees in his time here. So I do want to thank you very much for adjourning today's meeting in his honor.
Very good. So with that, we will recess into closed session and probably adjourn the meeting from closed session. So thank you all.